Hello GameStroke. Yeah, today I'm back as I promised with some Wolcen, so we can do some more testing and confirm how some of the spells, which I didn't test yesterday. Yesterday I tested some of the attacks, but not the spells, who were apparently buffed feel. So we've got some things to test just on the list
Well, there goes my
from the
concentration.
patch notes. I can
How
read
can
to
I help
you.
you?
Apparently Arctic Spear was stronger, Consuming Ember was made stronger, Annihilation was made stronger, Parasite was made stronger, and Thunderstrike was made stronger. Did I say Arctic
If
Spear?
you want to
Yes, I
call for
did say
ancient
Arctic
relics,
Spear.
this is not the place.
So that's some of the things I might be testing. My guess is all of those would be far from useful, but I have to check it. I have to check it, so I will try and make a spellcaster setup and then test this. I can probably go ahead
Anything?
and use the same items
Okay,
I'm using.
great.
I'm just gonna
Bye then.
change my pistol, my dagger to a pistol. Although I could keep the dagger and I could use Sovereign Shot for casting speed and resistances and block chance. But I'm thinking of using the pistol for some spell damage, crit damage, etc. We
Hello there,
will
friend.
see.
Please browse
Just
my
quickly need to
wares.
sell some stuff I don't need. So, okay. How am I doing with my materials?
Ah, welcome.
I don't have enough to start the
Was there?
crafting, so I'm
There
just
you
gonna
are.
quickly start
Our diplomats are
whatever I
making
can, and
arrangements. Perhaps you have a mission
I
for
need to
them.
keep
Oh,
2000
hey there.
affinity
I was just
for
telling this young one a tale from the glory days.
for
Perhaps you'd
respecking
like to hear
yet
it.
again. You know me, you know I like respecing and testing stuff, and now it's the perfect
Plenty
time to
of
test some of
missions
the
for you to
things.
peruse, my lady.
The dark market. Never heard of it.
So, do I
Sure,
wanna
my
go
friend.
for an elemental
What
build and
was it
test the
you were
elemental
saying?
spells first? First of all, let me before I respect consider what things I need to be taking. I'm not gonna take this cause this seems super underwhelming, all those passives here. I'm wondering if keeping the same build that I've got right now would work fine if I just use Arctic Spear. It is a projectile, so it would benefit from all the damage bonuses I've taken. So I can easily, just without respecing, first test projectile spells, such as Consuming Embers and Arctic Spear, and see how it goes, see if it's any good. Of course, my setup is kind of regenerating my rage instead of willpower passively. So, Annihilation, maybe I will test Annihilation later. I'm actually gonna keep my attack, so I can keep regenerating rage when willpower gets used up. So, Thunderstrike and Annihilation would be tested later. For now, I will be testing the two projectile skills that were supposedly buffed from the patch. And let's put have a corp back into the mix. So you can see this one is 2 damage increase bonus, this one is 3 damage increase bonus per level. It's not even saying percent, it's like a flat increase. Whether this is good or not, it's hard to tell, but if this 3 damage just adds 3 here on the number, it's not gonna do anything. Even for 90 levels, that's gonna be what, 210 altogether. But if that adds flat damage that gets boosted by the all the percent bonuses, then that's gonna be nice. So first let me see what modifiers I'm using here. I'm using the one where it does less damage but keeps piercing. I'm using the buff one. Let's remove the crit damage and ailment chance and casting speed and see what I can get. You wanna max out the damage on the skill. So average damage can go 10% up. Can add a cooldown of 2.4 seconds. This cooldown can probably get down to 1 second if you have enough cooldown reduction. Okay, let's get the crit average damage. Yeah, I can't get the crit. I'd rather get the average damage for now. And then with Arctic Spear, can I get more damage? Just testing the damage first. Okay, am I wearing the projectile stuff? Yes, I am. Oh, already 2 stacks of entropy orbs. Damn, I'm gonna have to make a new character to save some of those again. In the meantime, I might as well reroll something. What do I want to reroll with this? Just looking for something worth rerolling. Maybe something that has good sockets but shit stats. Like this one. Or this one. Or maybe even that one. I'm just gonna reroll it quickly. Kind of bad. Alright, let's see if without changing my passives this would survive this build and would do damage. I'm not gonna be focusing on Havoc Orb, I will be focusing on the Firebow and Arctic Spear. Which probably means I need to put a second willpower potion, but let's see if one is enough.
Pick me up a souvenir.
So yeah, I promised today I will be testing spells from the patch notes to see how much stronger they are. Because yesterday, last night, I was testing other stuff. I was testing the attacks. So Firebow's damage is shit. And mind you, I don't have spell damage bonuses. I've got projectile bonuses, but I don't have spell damage bonuses. So yeah, Arctic Spear and Firebow both seem to be doing barely any damage worth mentioning. Probably even my anomaly would be doing more damage. Alright, let's kill those. I'm gonna do another test after I kill those. But it's just so bad seeing that the spells are doing 10 times less damage, even 20 times less damage than the attacks. I mean, how can someone screw up the balancing that bad? In the beta, things were so better when it came to balance. Okay, let's remove that 100% damage, but be able to spam Fireball. And maybe give it some... What do I want to give it? Crit damage maybe? Let's give it crit damage. I want to see the maximum damage I can squeeze without adding any of those projectiles that remove damage. Maybe I can add another projectile without removing damage, but for now I'm just gonna do it like this. Let's see, maybe crit chance score. So let's regenerate some. I'm just gonna regenerate some willpower. But yeah, it's testing time again to see how much stronger this can be. See, the damage I can do with the spell is just ridiculously low compared to, for example, Havoc Orb, which does I can get Havoc Orb to probably hit for 600-700,000 sometimes when my rage is full and so on and it crits. And then with the Fireball it goes to 20 something thousand, 25,000, 27,000, so let's say 30,000 max. But between 15 and 30,000 is what I'm gonna say. So if I do the damage now, it's probably gonna be a little bit better, but let's say with attacks I do 20 times more damage than with spells. How is this fucking balanced? How could they even look themselves in the mirror after calling this rebalancing of the spells? I mean, seriously, who is testing this? Who is testing this and it's saying, yeah, it's balanced now, release it, release the patch, it's okay, it's good enough. Spells are now balanced, they're as strong as attacks. And the same applies not just for attacks, the same in spells. The same applies for yesterday I tested Slayer's Fury, it's still shit. I tested Anvil's Woe, it's still shit. I tested Wrath of Buffet, it's still shit, but at least it's 10 times stronger than the spells. So so yeah, weak attacks are one thing, but weak spells are on a whole another level. And yeah, I mean, I know they decided to take 4 months of polishing the game, but if that's how they're gonna be balancing things, it makes me less hopeful for the balance. I know they're trying to be careful not to overpower a skill by buffing it too much. And I know that my passives right now don't have spell damage bonuses, but they do have projectile bonuses, they do have double damage from here, they do have double damage from here, so that's extra 200% damage than what it can normally do when I've got my max rage and when that other thing procs. So let's put the enemies in stasis and start using fireballs. 30 something thousand, but it's hard to tell whether it was from the fireball or from anomaly itself. See, all the damage that I'm doing is actually from anomaly. I'm gonna just use anomaly just to see. See, anomaly is doing fine with those explosions, but when I use fireball to the enemy that's in stasis, it's not gonna do that much damage. Okay, but yeah, ideally if I wanna test spell damage based build, I would be taking some spell damage here. Probably might be taking some damage, but see, I've got 60%, no, 50% projectile damage, and I've got 12% and 12%, and then another 8% projectile damage, which should work on Fireball, on Arctic Spear. So that's a lot of damage. Then I've got the crit damage nodes, I've got the crit chance nodes. Of course the attack speed nodes are not needed here, and when I respec I would get 1, 2, 3, 4 points that I can spend for some more spell damage, but I don't think there's any way to get the spells to do enough damage to make it worth it, to make it worth playing as a mage, mostly mage build. Let's equip this weapon. This weapon doesn't have attack bonuses, it only has bonuses that would benefit spells. The only thing there is the attack crit chance score that is attack based. So let's focus on the spell stuff. Here, by the way, look at this. This is 3 times flat damage to spells. This is amazing amount of damage to spells. Here I've got flat damage to attacks. Let's change it to something that gives me more damage to spells. This one, 2 times flat damage to spells. Losing pierce, but let's try and squeeze more damage for the spells just to demonstrate that they're still gonna be weak even if I try to do so. Occult damage. Well, that's not gonna work on those unless I change this one to sacred. Just wanna check something that could give me some spell damage. This one still gives me crit damage, and this one gives me a lot of crit damage, which means I'm gonna keep those just because of that. Alright, let's see. I think now we should do at least 40,000 instead of 30,000. Just quickly get some willpower. So without using anomaly. Well, the damage didn't go any better. Actually, it even became worse. No idea why. Let's see. 31,000, 33,000.
That's not happening.
Yeah, the damage is so bad on that fireball. Okay, let's see Arctic Spear now. Let's see Arctic Spear.
No.
Arctic Spear getting close to 40,000 damage, but again, this is super bad numbers. 40,000 damage for high end game content is just not enough. It's not gonna cut it.
That can't be done.
You're not gonna be even able to out DPS a healer boss. If you get a healer boss, you're not gonna be able to out DPS that one. And the Aurora Knight, I think it was called, the one that heals and has spawns that can heal him, and they just start stacking and healing each other. And this is Arctic Spear maximized for damage. The only thing that could go better is if I take this one. And I will after this fight. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and maximize the damage of Arctic Spear just to see how high I can get the damage to be.
It can't end like
Okay,
this.
let's revive quickly. I thought my golem would kill those. Come on, golem, kill them all. Okay, now, as I said, I wanna test taking this damage. So this one, by the way, if you keep spamming on the same enemy, it's supposed to give you up to 100% extra damage. But the stacks decay for 5 seconds, so you need to apply 50. You need to apply 20 stacks under 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, probably the stacks would decay. Or maybe if you apply 20, if you keep applying a stack within that 5 seconds, it probably would keep them at 20, and it would keep resetting the timer. We'll see. For now, I wanna try this one, where you don't have to build the stacks and you just get the 100% from the get-go. See, now this is with cooldown, which makes it even worse, because the damage is nowhere as high as one might want it to be, but yet there's such a big cooldown. Again, my spells are not high level. This is 54, but even a 54 Arctic Spear shouldn't be doing that bad damage.
It can't be done.
So yeah, compared to Havocorp, the damage is just terribly bad. The average damage on the card seems like it's just twice as bad, but actually it's much worse. Right, what if I were to remove this from fireball, and maybe add a cooldown for more damage, and maybe do this. Maybe let's try the whitening version. No, it's gonna be too expensive to get the whitening version. Okay, let's do it like that, just to test.
No.
So with the cooldown, fireball
Not right
barely
now.
does damage to justify this cooldown. What did I just do? 39,000, 45,000? Oh, that was explosion, that's why.
It's not
So
possible.
40,000. That was just the explosion of the enemy dying.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
So you can see, barely worth it. It's not even worth it, not even barely actually. Yeah, spells still something I would advise people to stay away from. Even after they rebalance those, rebalance is kind of a bit of too big of a word for them. Alright, let's test Thunderstrike and Annihilation. Thunderstrike and Annihilation, I admit I don't have passives for them, so I will have to respec Thunderstrike and Annihilation to be more useful to me. I'm gonna have to respec once to get more spell damage stuff, less attack speed stuff. But let's see, let's not convert this into toxic, and let's not pierce. I wanna squeeze the most damage the skill can get. This one is level 47, so again not something that's gonna be super high damage, but still it still should give me good damage if I've got it. I'm not even gonna take the turning speed, so I can squeeze the most damage I can get out of this. So this is maximized for damage, not for utility like piercing, turning speed, etc. Let's see. So the damage was supposed to be getting higher and higher when I keep casting, but the most I saw on a tick was 18,000. Okay, 19,000. 32,000 was an explosion, maybe 33,000.
I can't do that.
I mean, that damage is nowhere near what one might wanna see. This should have been 330,000, not
I
33,000.
need more power.
So yeah, currently, of course, the explosions are what's giving me the damage. Let me just get more willpower. $35,000. See, it's just not worth it. I mean, for easy level content, yeah, it probably works, and maybe the people who tested it were only testing it on like level 80, 90, 100, 130 content, where 30,000 damage might seem like a decent amount of damage, but then you test something like Havoc Corp and just look at the damage. 136,000 even when I removed some of the bonuses to attacks and stuff, when I'm wearing this pistol that doesn't have a single flat damage. When I do it like this, just look at the damage now. Even my basic attack My basic attack right now is doing more than Annihilation was doing. So tell me how this seems
Can't
balanced. Okay, let's just show you some Holocorp damage, just to see the difference. 300,000 and something, that was not explosion damage. So you can see 10 times the damage. 10 times the damage, and that's when using a modifier that reduces the damage by 200. So comparing attacks with spells is just bad. Okay, let's test Thunderstrike now. But at least I can confirm and tell people to stay away from spells for now,
I need more power.
until they properly rebalance them for real. It feels like there was barely any change. I really am not seeing higher numbers than when I was playing those skills 1 week ago. So either I didn't get the patch properly, or they just barely buffed them, and judging by the patch notes, they just really didn't buff the right things they needed to buff
Can't be done.
on those skills. And look at that, I'm doing higher damage with my basic attacks. So
That's not happening.
if that's the case, tell me how does this feel as a buff?
I need more power.
Okay, let's modify Thunderstrike. Let's try to squeeze the most damage out of the skill. I have to kill this enemy so it's not messing with my respects.
Not right.
Okay, let's equip my caster pistol. And okay, Thunderstrike. See, I don't need that now. I'm gonna get some more damage if I can. This is 20%. So if I remove this, let's remove the shadow and just squeeze the most out of it. Although with shadow I'm probably gonna do more damage, because I've got the cool damage bonuses. But okay, average damage. Average damage, that means 30% average damage so far. Crit damage. Crit chance score, okay, and maybe this. And now let's see how much damage I can get. Again, I'm not playing with the most optimized tree, but when the difference is tenfold, it's an obvious underpowered skill.
That can't be done.
Yeah, didn't do much. Me changing.
No.
You can see how big the difference is. So 30 something thousand is what I can get. This is 10 times less than what I should be getting. I should be getting at least 300,000 instead of 30,000. So I don't think I even need to respect my skills to show you that those just don't feel good enough. Okay, if I look at the patch notes, what else changed? What else was supposedly buffed? Strings of Crearian. Perfect time to test it because I'm playing a projectile build. Parasite. And evasion. Those are the things I've still not tested. I'm not gonna test evasion because evasion is not a damage skill, although it is nice that they doubled, not doubled, they increased the damage bonus to 20% more, but still I'm not gonna test evasion, but I can show you Parasite and Strings of Crearian. So Strings of Crearian, Storms Past, Flying Death, Whitefield Arrowheads, Focused Shot. Let's try and include all of those into the skill. Strings of Crearian. This one is super low level for me, so I might as well have to level it up. So the damage bonus granted by your weapons for this skill is increased from 75 to 90%. Well, this is still shit though, because 0.3% attack damage increase per level is the same situation like Slayer's Fury. Super underpowered compared to 2.3 here. And this is what they need to be buffing. I've been saying this for a few weeks already. They need to be buffing the bonus damage a skill gets each level over here. You can't have 0.3 and then this one has 2.3 and call it balanced. This one is 2 to 1, which is okay for that one. But when you take things like even Phantom Blades, which is again kind of on the weaker side right now, even that is 1.0. Gunslinger's Brand 0.8, but it's super fast. This one is 0.8 and it actually needs a buff. But then you have Anvil's Woe 1.0, which needs to be probably close to 2. This one I think is 2.4 per level. I can't tell because it's maxed out. This one also I can't tell, but it was pretty high. Fight of Governor is 1.5 and it is kind of in a good place with this. It doesn't seem to need buff, but then this one 0.8 seems like it needs to be at least double the damage increase. So those are the things I think they need to be buffing, but let's play a bit with this skill. So they buffed Storm's Past, Flying Death, Whitefield Arrowheads and Focused Shot. So Focused Shot means I'm gonna need to get some more levels. But I've got Flying Death and then Storm's Past. Where is Storm's Past? Is that the ghost guy? Oh, okay, I don't care about the ghost. So I'm not gonna be testing the ghost. And what's the other thing? Whitefield Arrowheads. So this one, level 20. Okay, I can level up this skill and test this. I can level up the skill and test this. But so far, I'm confirming that the balance they did is kind of a joke. To be called a rebalance. I'm gonna equip the attack dagger and I'm gonna equip Sovereign Shout. So let me check strings of, oh actually I'm gonna need a pistol. So let's equip this, let's remove Sovereign Shout and equip something different, like where's my Plague Burst? Plague Burst. Strings of Crearian seems a little bit better than the spells, damage wise. But kind of the same damage, honestly. Let's max out the... But this is lower level, I can still see this doing okay damage later on. This seems better. I can tell you right now, it seems better than the spells. And this is at a lower level, so Strings of Crayon probably is better balanced. But it also has some skills to get, so probably Strings of Crayon wasn't that bad in the first place. I never played with it after the beta. Never had much time to test it, because I was busy testing other stuff, but at least I can do it now. I've got the opportunity to test it now, so might as well. And thankfully I've got a projectile build, so this is the perfect setup to test this on. Maybe not exactly the perfect, but it's still a nice one. So I'm seeing 70 something, 80 something thousand damage on non-explosions. Let me go up close. By the way, with the bow, not with the bow, but with the pistol, I can do 50 something thousand just with basic attacks. Just look at that. 40 something thousand. 50,000. That's just with the pistol. 59,000, 58,000. So that's just with pistol, and Strings of Crearian is AoE. And this kind of double the damage. 70 something thousand, 60 something. Can it do 100 and something thousand? What if an enemy gets hit by multiple arrows? Does it take more damage? 90 something thousand. Yeah, I think Strings of Crearian can be good. I think when I level this skill up, it's... So probably that's one of the few skills they rebalanced, and the only one that actually seems usable. I won't say it seems good enough. I'm still gonna say it probably needs twice the damage it's doing, but it's better than most others that they supposedly buffed up. It's still super weak though. Compared to Havoc Corp, it's just not there. The damage is not there, but this is level 17, so I'm gonna get it to at least level... what is it? Level 59, I think I need to get the maximum points. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna play regularly now and try and just level this skill and test it after a few maps when it's got at least 8, 9, hopefully 10 points.
That can't be done. Can't manage that.
Okay. Let's see Strings of Crearian just for a second. Yeah, the damage stop being as fast
Can't
when
manage
I use it. And the Wife Leech stops when I start using it.
No.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me, I need to change my rings and amulet. What was I gonna change? I was gonna change the amulet for the projectile one with attack stuff. The rest I'm gonna keep as it is.
You pretend. The city has been growing.
So yeah, Strings of Crearian does have a bit more potential than the other things we've tested yesterday and today. I could level it up with the
Welcome.
Metra
Don't
or
mind
the
the mess.
Mitra, depending on whether you read it the way it should be or not. So I could try and level up Strings of Crearian from here. But it's getting a bit expensive on the high levels. Right, let's stop here and
Coming in
level the
soon?
rest
No.
by killing stuff.
Where did I leave that book?
Should have brought a pack horse.
Please, look around. I'm sure you'll find something that takes your fancy.
So, oh, I've got a map here. I can run this map. Although it's Wild Omens, and Wild Omens, I'm not gonna be able to kill those easily with this build. They're gonna be just escaping me. Okay. Let's pick up some buildings. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
The journey carries a lot of risk, but if our diplomats pull it off, the rewards will be substantial.
Where are you thinking of sending the Seekers today? Somewhere dangerous,
And
by any chance?
I think that's it. Now another map, just to
Contract.
test the string skill a bit more. And since I've unlocked some upgrades, I'm gonna be maxing it for damage, just to see how much damage I can get. This seems nice. Pierce strength 4 targets, that means if I only hit one target, that's gonna be 3 times remaining pierce. Or maybe when it hits the first target it's 4, or is it 3? I think it's gonna count 3. If it hits a target it consumes 1, and it would count as 3 remaining. And how much? See, we need things to be explained better. Why are they not telling us how much damage we get for each remaining pierce? This is such bullshit. Most of the things are so badly explained, and there are so many hidden bonuses that you're kind of trying to figure out yourself. So the idea would be to get this one for extra 45% damage, just to see how much damage I can squeeze out of this skill.
That can't be done.
Let me see again.
That's not happening.
Yeah, the shotgun setup,
I can't do that right now.
it's not gonna be that good, but I might be able to make it work. I might be able to make a strings setup work once the strings is maxed out. I will be experimenting a lot with it. Mind you, I'm not maxing out the projectile damage, but I'm still getting good results with Havoc Corp, even without maxing out my projectile damage. So I'm not investing points into this projectile stuff here, because that's just 30% projectile damage. I'm getting a lot of damage from this, I'm getting a lot of damage here, I'm getting a lot of crit chance, a lot of attack speed. I could lose some survivability, like I can remove this, but that's gonna lose me damage, because normally it's exploding stuff. I could remove things like this and this. And this, and that's like 3 points I can squeeze for more damage if I want more projectile stuff. If I want more pierce, like where was it? Where was that pierce? Ah, here. So I could do that technically if I want to, but that's gonna be a lot of points to reach. So let's say I remove 1, 2, 3. Maybe I can remove 4, 5. if I do that, but I'm losing crit damage and I'm losing a lot of other stuff. I think the way I've set it up right now, I'd rather not lose any points. I want this to be executing, I want this double damage, I want this double damage here. I want the attack speed and this attack speed. Especially on a skill like Strings of Crearian, you might want that attack speed
Not possible.
more than anything there, to be more spammy. I'm wondering if a rage when killing enemy would be good for Strings of Crearian setup. Because right now I'm kind of like a hybrid build, and I can always get rage even without the rage per kill node. I've got potions, I've got spells to use that can give me some willpower transferred into rage. But I'm seeing some okay damage, something that could end up being good.
That's not happening.
It needs just a slight boost, but maybe with the levels that boost would come. I wanna get this skill to at least level 50 something, just to see how much stronger it can get.
I need more power.
Why is my character moving backwards when shooting?
That's not happening.
That seems kind of weird, but okay. Oh, let's take those. I wish leveling up skills was not that expensive on the
Gotta
high
catch my
levels of the
breath.
skills. Okay. But yeah, right now I can't compare the damage of the strings to the damage of Havocorp. It's just not there, but my Havocorp is level 88, so I wanna just level up the strings to see how much stronger they can get.
Not possible.
I'm assuming they won't get that much stronger. But if I can get the strings to do 200,000-300,000 damage, knowing that it's AoE
Not possible.
won't be that bad. Because I've always wanted to make a build centered around a multi-shot skill like that one. And maybe that could be it, maybe that could be the build for it. So out of all the things they buffed, at least one thing I'm happy with for now. At level 46, doesn't seem that bad, much better than the spells. It still seems shitty, it still doesn't seem strong enough, but we'll see. As I said, there's one more modifier that's missing, that's gonna give me a lot of damage, apparently.
Not possible. Not possible.
There's also other passives for damage, for projectile damage. I need to look into some more passives for projectile damage that would go well with Strings of Crearian. I tested this the other day when it was fixed, but it didn't seem nice. Because that's a lot of points just to unlock it, and it didn't seem that good. This might seem very nice though. This might seem nice because the skill itself has something like this built into it, into one of the modifiers. 30% damage per the amount of pierce remaining on a projectile. So does that mean 30% for each remaining pierce? %10 damage per the amount of pierce remaining. So let's say that's 40% per the amount of pierce remaining. And I do have 4 pierce right now, but I can get that pierce to 6 or 7 with enough items probably. But let's say I get it, I play with 4. That's still gonna be 120 with 3 times 40 when I just only pierce one target. And if it's a boss fight, you're only gonna be piercing one target, but that's without me even taking this pierce. And I can get 4 points. As I said, I can remove some survivability. And maybe remove those things here. Or maybe at least this one. And that's 4 points. I can get 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. And get that one extra pierce for another 40% damage, if that's how this works. But I'm gonna have to rework the points completely. So what might I wanna lose? I really wanna keep the wife leech and I wanna keep the attack speed. But let's say I remove the attack speed. Or maybe this attack speed, but that's gonna be a lot of crit chance score lost. So I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points. 11 points. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm gonna rework that later. Let's level up the skill first. I already have some ideas of how I might wanna build with that in mind.
Not right now.
Okay, the damage didn't go that high. But I'm getting damage in the 100,000 already. $122,000, that was a nice. Still not enough though, still not enough.
That can't be done.
Just using my I'm just testing that's why I'm not killing them quickly. 134,000. Yeah, the damage didn't go that high, but But as a non-meta build, I can probably make a setup out of it. I could probably make a build out of it even if it's not meta, combining the setup I was using for Havocorp, but instead of Havocorp using Strings of Clearion, and I want to test it with that passive. So for now, let's use Havocorp, let's finish the map, and then respec the skills and see how we could go on about getting more damage out of it instead of attack speed. The setup would suffer greatly from that attack speed, but we'll see how it is. I guess it's still not gonna be that bad, knowing that there's gonna be more damage.
Not possible.
How's the levels here going? 48. You can see how slower the damage is now, and that's with the increased attack speed. Imagine if I remove this increased attack speed, that's 275 attack speed score that I'm getting. So if I remove this, Strings of Clearion would be so slow. Spell damage is terrible, and yeah, spawnless, no new builds. The patch barely changed anything. The patch barely buffed a thing. I tested Wrath of Buffet. So that's the things I tested last night. Wrath of Buffet, still shit. Don't use it for meta builds. Use it for fun builds, for lower level content. I tested Anvil's Woe, still shit. Not worth it for high level content. Then I tested Slayer's Fury, still shit, don't use it for high level content. And then I tested today Annihilation, still shit, don't use for high level content. Arctic Spear, still shit, don't use for high level content. Thunderstrike, the same. They're just they're terrible. I mean, attacks are a bit better, okay. The attacks can still be viable if you combine them with something else. But spells in general right now are 10 times weaker than attacks. So I can show you Wrath of Buffet quickly, just so you can see for yourself. I'm gonna show you Wrath of Buffet, and then I'm gonna show you Anvil Sword, so you can see for yourself what I mean by still shit. I mean, it's not as bad as the spells, but it's definitely not as good as, for example, Bleeding Catch or Havocorp. So this is the strings. Let me change to a dagger quickly. So you can see that can probably go all the way to 300,000 max, but 300,000 is gonna be just a stretch. Let's say 250,000. So nowhere near as good as Havocorp is. And the rage that it's consuming, but they buff the wrong things. Again, I'm saying that they're buffing the wrong things when doing the buffing. So they're buffing other things that are not this thing here. What they need to buff right now is that thing here, damage increase per level. This is the thing that's making some skills super weak. Thunderstrike is terrible. I cannot get more than 30-40,000 damage. Probably if I min-max it for super high spell damage, I can get to do 60-70,000, but that's still nowhere near as good as you want it to. So look at this. This is 17% increased damage. Uh, it's not enough. It's not enough. Even with this one giving me 100% increased damage, reducing the crit chance score, which I can negate with that one, it's still not enough damage on this one. And the same goes for Anvil Slow. I'm gonna quickly show you Anvil Slow just so you can see. I tested it yesterday. This is supposedly for shit tons of damage, the way I've set it up. So this is not even using the attack speed that reduces the damage. So that's using the slow version that's supposedly doing more damage than the other one.
That's not happening.
Okay, let's kill those, and I'm gonna quickly change for the charge version of the skill. The charging version of the skill. So let's try this now. Getting rage, and let's charge. 1, 2, 3. 300,000, yay! I could get this to do 100,000 before. I admit million before. I could get this to do a million before. So I can probably get it to do million again if I change to a build centered around a ton of attack damage and all of it. But that's with charging. And look at how long it's taking. And you don't have crowd control immunity in this game to work properly. Even with crowd control immunity items I can still get crowd controlled, so playing with this one would not be that great. So let's get the crit damage. Where was the crit damage? Let's maybe use this. You've got 2 trial belts and you're waiting.
That's not happening.
So you can see Anvil Slow still barely worth using. Compared to things like Havoc Corp and Bleeding Edge and Blade Storm, it's just funny how they think this is balanced. And the spells are 10 times weaker than the attacks.
Not happening.
So I will be testing some Strings of Crearion. I think the only skill that is kind of acceptable from the ones on the patch notes might be Strings of Crearion. Yeah, it's not doing as much damage as Havoc Corp, but it might be nice. It might be nice to make a build around it.
That's not happening.
As I can stack some things. I already saw a synergy I can stack on Strings of Crearion that does damage based on how many pierce is remaining, and there's a passive that does the exact same thing. So that's gonna be stacking a lot of damage based on how much pierce a projectile has left. So first target hit when you're doing bosses, it's gonna be just the first target hit. It's gonna be nice when you stack enough piercing on your items. So it might turn into a good build. It's actually gonna work well for Havoc Orb too. A piercing Havoc Orb might work nicely as well. But yeah, for now, from all the ranged attacks, Havoc Orb rocket version with the fast pew 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 rocket seems to be my favorite one. damage wise especially. Well, I don't need to be doing higher than 163. Give me one reason why I should be doing 163 other than the experience. Why I should be doing 187. 163 items are easier to upgrade, they're cheaper to upgrade. So 163 items give me the same stats as 187, but they cost less to upgrade the quality and rarity of the item. So
That's not happening.
more reasons to be doing 163 rather than 187. Less affinity cost, less gold cost to upgrade those items, and yet they're still as strong as the 187. Well, I can be one-shotting the enemies right now. But I am actually one-to-shotting enemies when I group them up together. You know how this build works. This build is based on explosions. This is a build for explosions. Actually, that's not the real build. The real build is actually using what's its name? Shout. It's using Sovereign Shout, but right now I want to level up Strings of Crearian before I can use Sovereign Shout.
Don't be shy.
Because I want to test Strings of Crearian. Strings of Crearian has a potential to be strong, and as I said, now I will be respeccing the skills. So I want to take this skill here. This skill here has a potential to be a strong one, and I also want to take this piercing here. So let's respec. I'm not gonna take the globes, which were giving me good damage, but now I'm not gonna take them. I'm gonna be taking less survivability this time around. What about this glaive? Anything on this glaive I might wanna use? I don't think so. So I'm not gonna take that one here. I still want the crit damage though. I really want that crit damage. And I still want these block chance and frenzied woes. I still want my ailments and base damage. I also still want this attack speed, not attack speed, but this extra projectile damage. So now what we need is to get these spears and then get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I really need my attack speed, but I lost it. I lost my attack speed, and look at my crit chance now. Only 40% crit chance. Before I had 1, 2, 3 points here, and I had this one, and then I also had 1, 2, 3 points here. Let me check the attack speed now. Is it... So this attack speed is abysmally bad. I really don't want this attack speed. But... See, I don't have enough skill points. If I was level 90, I could grab this and grab this and still have this one here and maybe even grab some more survivability. Right now I can't. I can't also get the willpower and rage I want. 3. Ideally I would have taken this route 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's cheaper to do it 1, 2, 3. Right, I'm gonna go for that one because of the wife leech probably. But I'm missing a lot of crit chance score. So with 9 more levels it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the final one would have been removing those 2 and adding those 3, and that would have been level 90. But again, this game kind of wants us to be grinding so much for XP. Makes no sense. Greed leaf, that's nice.
Greetings, my friend. How may I help you?
Right, let's see what we can loot here.
Don't forget about me, adventurer. Yes.
So let's see how this works with that extra damage based on pierce remaining.
I'll be here when you need me, friend.
Goat root or greed leaf. Got quite a few of those saved up already. Alright, let's
Come
pick some
in.
stuff here.
There's no need to be shy.
Plenty of eager seekers waiting for your word. I almost wish.
The seat this time, is it? I'll begin calibrating.
Plenty of eager seekers waiting for your word. Our diplomats are
Maybe
awaiting your orders,
do.
my lady.
The dark market.
Plenty of eager seekers waiting for your word.
Yeah, I can't do much more.
I
I'm just
almost wish
gonna
I was going with them.
I'm gonna
Wait
do
again. I suppose you'll be wanting some of that energy I've got stored.
I'm just gonna start it like that and see how it goes. Nothing changed. With the patch, nothing changed. The patch barely did any changes. Bleeding Edge is still the best skill when it comes to damage, but it's not about Bleeding Edge as much of Mark of Impurity. So Mark of Impurity is still the top skill. And you can see I'm still one-shotting the weak enemies. The very weak ones, those bats and stuff like that. Of course that's when my rage is high. I need to keep my rage high. Otherwise it's not gonna work. And I'm not even using Anomaly. Anomaly is the key here, because Anomaly groups them up together so they can explode and kill each other. Without Anomaly it's not working well. But that's not a meta build, that's just a build that's a good build without needing to use Bleeding Edge. It's not like a meta build. And as I said, you don't need to be doing 187. In fact, when you're doing 187, you're hurting yourself if you don't need XP. Because it's more expensive to upgrade 187 items. So let me check Strings of Crearion now. Yeah, the damage is still not enough. 120,000, that's not gonna cut it. 90,000, 133, it's just not good damage. But the skill is low level, but that still doesn't mean it can get better, it can't.
More power.
Look at that, such low damage.
Can't do that right now.
And they're calling this balanced. I mean, they're afraid. They are super afraid to end up buffing a skill too much. And they shouldn't. What's the worst that could happen? They would make a skill super powerful, and then for 1 week everyone would be using that skill. But then they can always revert the change or rework it to be a bit more balanced. But they should definitely stop being afraid to
I hold what your fate needs.
buff stuff. If that's how they're gonna be buffing skills, slightly give it a little bit more damage and then just doing that every week, they're just creating more work for their developers to keep buffing things, to keep bothering with the same skill and revisiting the same skill every week.
Tick tock. Hurry up. Fate awaits.
It's beyond me why they're so bad at balancing the game. And in the beta the balance was so much better. So what changed between the beta and now for them to not be able to balance out skills? Okay. Alright, let's get this big boy. But yeah, Strings of Crearion, I don't think even when I level it up it's gonna be worth it. I'm still gonna level it up a little bit more, but so far from the test I can tell you it feels okay, but it doesn't feel that good. And I'm also not seeing this working. I'm not seeing more damage. This is supposed to give me more damage based on how much pierce I've got left on a projectile. So 400,000 on my rockets, 500,000 on my rockets,
Can't manage that right now.
without having many of those immortal offerings on. That's without stacking immortal offerings. Let's try and stack immortal offerings and then test this. Okay, come on enemies. Group up, group up. What immortal offering am I missing? Am I getting the bleeding one? Well, I'm gonna equip my dagger to be able to get toxic and bleeding. So there we go, toxic, bleeding, fire. So I'm just missing the whitening now.
Not happening.
Alright, now let's find some enemies. 600 something, 800 was an explosion. So
I can't do
now let's check the strings. Let's switch weapons and check the strings. Was that 190 or 19? I didn't see well.
more power.
Yeah, Strings of Crearion is just kind of disappointing as well. Level 54, it can still get better, but I doubt it's gonna get much better, even if I go for another one. So this gives me 15 weapon damage. Let's test the charging. This is the next step to test how the charging would work. Well, that didn't seem too bad, but still, the time it's taking to charge this, and knowing that you could end up getting sorry, had to sneeze. You could end up getting what's it called, interrupted, crowd controlled during this. With a normally it's nice though, with a normally it seems like a nice combo. But I'd still rather use the rockets, because they're all the time. I don't have to charge them. They just seem better as an option. I'm gonna check the ghost ally. The ghost ally was good because it was shooting in a straight line instead of cone. And I want that skill to be shooting the arrows in a straight line instead of a cone. So there's less spread on them. I want them more focused on the same place. So, okay, after I kill this one, I'm gonna see if I can get the ghost ally with the current level of the skill. Still doesn't seem like the DPS is higher than Havocorp. I can just tell. Look at that now. And of course knockback, so you would need good attack speed, and I actually sacrificed some of the attack speed for that. So what about the ghost ally? Where was the ghost ally? So the ghost ally changes it to something like this. And this is a bit more focused, and with anomaly the focus seems like a good choice, because you can do that and then charge it. The damage is still not there though. Let's see if I'm not charging it. The damage is so bad, man. I wish this damage was 5 times better, or at least 3 times better. Okay, let's do this combo. It sounds fun and it looks fun, but the damage is just not enough compared to this.
That can't be done. It's not possible.
Still prefer Havocorp a bit more.
Not possible.
But it's a fun sniper setup.
I can't do it.
Oh, that's my pet, never mind. I was trying to attack my golem.
That's not happening.
But all this charging, man, all this charging, you won't be able to charge this much on a boss fight. There is a way to get this to work, but you need a shield. You need a shield to be able to use Sovereign Shout, and you want them to fix crowd control immunity. Until they fix crowd control immunity to really not be able to get crowd controlled and knocked back by any type of enemy, you won't be able to see the most out of those builds.
Can't manage that.
Let's see with just single shots like this without charging. Yeah, without charging the damage is tragic. But I'm liking the whole skill mechanic right now. The way it is, the pew 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 pew. It's amazing. Just the damage is whacking. So if they were to buff this up again, it might end up being a build I wanna be playing. So instead of 200,000, imagine if this was 600,000 damage that I was doing. Because for that long of a charge, you better be doing more damage. Because look at how it goes right now.
I can't do it.
And if I'm not using those rockets, I'm not wife leeching enough, so I can't keep my HP up much.
Not happening.
Yeah, it's just so slow to kill it with just strings of clearing. I can try to kill it with just the strings. It's gonna take forever.
Not possible. I need more power.
The damage is just bad. That's a fact. You can see it yourself. Okay, let's use the rockets. Just this is just taking too long. This setup is okay for mobbing, but when it comes to bosses, you can't keep the immortal offering up at all times. You can't get spawns to do explosions around the boss as well. So when it comes to bossing, the Havoc Corp setup with the golems is not the one you wanna be using most of the time.
Minus membership, processing fees, and tip.
But it's one of the few other skills that are viable for doing kind of not too slow on the high level content. I mean, it's nowhere near as bleeding edge efficiency, but it's still an okay option. So now I've got some more stuff. Should I get rid of this? I don't think this did much to me damage wise. I don't think this did much damage. It's probably broken. Seems like this is broken. In this Pierce, I'm not even gonna get it, so I'm gonna revert to the old build with more crit score. Okay, we're getting there. So crits, crit score, and attack speed, double damage and attack speed, and wife leech. And then more projectile damage. Survivability and more survivability. And more survivability. And more damage. And was that the skeleton? I think that was the skeleton. From there it's just adding more. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Yeah, survivability. Block chance efficiency, block efficiency. So I'd probably go for some more willpower and rage. And then crit damage and HP maybe. This one's also nice as utility. This could give us 16% damage to the projectile skills due to the... no, actually not 16. Although it is melee weapon damage, and I'm getting... I normally use it with melee weapon. When I don't use the strings, I normally use Sovereign Shout, and I use the dagger. I'm gonna see how it works, but I'm not gonna take that. So let's get some crit and HP probably. Might be the best choice, or maybe more attack crit chance. Yeah, more crit chance seems like a good option.
Our diplomats are awaiting your orders, my lady.
Plenty of eager seekers waiting for your word. I almost wish I was going with them.
Ah, welcome. Was there
So now
something you wished me to
I'm
find?
really in a pickle here. I really don't have enough storage room to keep everything I wanted to keep. Why am I keeping this one? I guess I was trying to craft it. What about this one? Just trying to see if there's anything I can remove and get something better in its stead in the warehouse. I don't think I need that one, so I'm gonna put that one there.
Please, look around. I'm sure you'll find something that takes your fancy.
Let's hope for something good. I mean, it's not bad. Wisdom is it's an okay stat. Let's see about this. Resource generation, no. Well, I'm gonna do that map. If anyone wants to join me, by the way,
Contract.
let me know.
A second.
Was that the one with the well omens? Okay, it's the one with the chests.
It's not hard. You either do it or you don't.
I need more power.
A lot of chests and limited time to open them. Ah, stop auto-attacking. Fuck. He's standing on top of a chest. I can't open it because of him. Stop standing on top of my damn wood. They really need to fix this bug. When there's an enemy on top of it, even if you're holding out and clicking on the name, it just starts attacking the enemy.
It's not possible.
Ah, you're back in Stormfall. Well, don't ask me about what's been going on.
Okay,
I've barely looked up from my
got
map.
some entropies at least. Okay, next.
Ah, welcome.
More reagents, maybe an Abyssal Rift?
Seeker
No.
expeditions? I thought you...
Plenty of missions for you to peruse, my lady.
What are you, what... Oh, sorry, my lady. Where are you sending the Seekers, then?
We have a number of diplomats
And
ready to embark on
maybe
any
this
mission
one.
of your choosing.
Contract. Give me a second.
Okay, hopefully something good's here. I should probably remove Strings of Crearion and start playing my regular build, but I still wanna test some more with it.
Not possible.
Oh, and yeah, I don't need this right now if I'm using the pistol. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Frenzy? Let's do Frenzy.
Not happening.
This whole charging, not a big fan of it, but
It's not possible.
I've always wanted to make a build with some skill getting charged.
I need more power.
Alright, let's just keep moving. Who's here? Oh, a butcher guy. And yeah, he's barely taking damage. He can probably kill me now if I don't dodge his attacks. Let's switch to power core then.
That's not happening.
Well, for the time I'm taking to charge it, I would have used a few rockets and still killed them.
Not happening.
And I don't think that getting a few more levels, like 20-30 more levels on Strings of Crierion would be that much of a difference for the damage of the skill.
No.
Okay, let's keep moving.
It's not possible.
Okay, that should do the trick.
Can't manage that right now.
So you saw how fast the strings is, and then see how much faster this is in regards to doing the damage. Right, let's execute. Oh, bounty hunt, nice.
Not right now.
But yeah, the game definitely... I mean, they're taking baby steps. It's steps in the right direction, but they're baby steps, and at the moment they should be preparing for doing a bunch of sprints or a one big marathon. But in any case, to get this game better, they need to boost a lot of things that are so underpowered right now, and properly boost them, not just give them a little bit of more damage that barely makes a difference. I'm suspecting that the people who are testing are not testing on max level content, are not testing on level 163, 187 or whatever. Is it called Paragon? Forgot what the name was of the highest difficulty in expeditions, but yeah, they should be testing the stuff over there and comparing damages. Because I don't feel motivated to be making content for the game, like videos for builds, if the builds are so weak. Because I don't feel like I would be enjoying playing the builds, and if I don't feel like I'm gonna enjoy playing the builds, that means other people won't enjoy playing those builds themselves. I mean, I can make a bunch of builds that can run 130 level content, fine, but when it comes to the 163 plus content, it's just not gonna cut it.
My endurance is waning.
Come on. With this. There we go. Oh, more dice. I'm wondering when I would collect all the dice. Most people are probably playing Path of Exile and Diablo right now in the genre, and will be for the next 1 or 2 more weeks. And it's a good time for Diablo and Path of Exile to be doing their new league, when most people have more time to be staying at home due to the virus outbreak. And Wolcen should use this time to definitely be more bold and brave when it comes to boosting skills that are underpowered. I'm already calling this an open beta rather than a launched version. This definitely feels like they decided to do the open beta phase as a launch phase, which is not a bad thing, as long as if they were calling this an open beta, many people would have done that. But the word open kind of implies free in most cases, like MMO games. Like the early access beta that it had for a while was the regular beta, and that's why I can't understand why they didn't give us beta testers some more time with the new content to give them feedback regarding the new skills that have never been tested, regarding the skill modifiers, regarding the passive skills. I know they wanted to keep some content for the launch that has been fresh and untested, and just to build up the hype with that new content, but it backfired. It backfired on them. Let's see the damage now. Yeah, this one didn't even die from a fully charged shot. If I can't kill a regular guy with a fully charged shot, there's not much more to be said. What's here? But yeah, so far my favorite range skill is this, the rockets. Can't find another range skill that I enjoy playing more. What level is this? 58. I'm gonna keep it to 59, so I can get all the skill points unlocked, and then I'm gonna switch back to my regular setup with the dagger and sovereign shout. Because with sovereign shout I get 25% attack speed, not attack speed score but attack speed. I get up to 150% or resistance score, I get 15% block chance, as well as I can get, if I want to, movement speed or life leech, other things that are there that are good. Alright, let's go kill the boss now. It's time. Anomaly, I gotta give them credit for making Anomaly the great skill it is. Right now it's amazing. May not be super good for damage, but when I combine it with Mark of Impurity, and when I add Solar Foe or Plague Burst on top of it and start shooting Havoc Corp, it's amazing the utility that it provides by grouping up the enemies in place. Although Havoc Corp feels very wonky when it comes to targeting and where the rockets are going. This needs to be kind of reworked, I think.
It's Not
And
possible.
for this fight I need to change my skills quickly. Changing to my regular setup so I can keep the rage going.
Not right now.
I need to change my plague burst to fire though. I'm having troubles with applying the fire stuff with the dagger. I could try playing with the toxic version, but I think I'm gonna need fire damage. Let me check fire. This is physical, this is frost and whitening.
Back for more? Happy to be of
I need the
We
gold
have
ones
a
now.
number of diplomats ready to embark on any mission of your choosing.
Oh, seeker expeditions? I thought you were here for that other thing I do.
A customer. Welcome to my humble
Okay. This one probably would be next. The boss fight. And again, if anyone wants to do some grinding
Don't
with
be
me, let me
shy.
know.
Mojave has everything a soldier needs.
That was actually not a bad base of a bow. Fire, frost and attack speed. This could end up being a nice one later on.
Please, come again.
Welcome to the Purple Phoenix. Contract. Give me a second. No shortage of jobs like this. Stormfall's gone to the dogs.
Sorry, my headphones suddenly switched off. No idea why. I'm kind of charging them right now, so it's not about charging or not. I guess they're dying again. Corsair peripherals, not the best. It's the batteries that they're having troubles with. The peripheral itself is good, but whoever is supplying them with batteries for that model must be kind of supplying them with bad ones. So this is how I normally play. That I normally actually have the plague burst to not be toxic but to be fire. Like this. Because when I'm playing with this weapon I do enough toxic and I do enough bleeding and stuff, and I just need to be causing the fire element, the burning elements on enemies for the immortal offering.
Not
see, come on.
Not happening.
Not right now.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Actually, I'm gonna start picking those up. You never know when you're gonna need them.
I need more.
No, that's nice. Wait, who's leeching me? I can't see it. Oh, is it underground? An enemy underground leeching me? It seems like it. Oh, look at where they are. That's nice. That's the best place to spawn the enemies. Can I even kill them all? One of them seems kind of stuck down there. This is the Frost Martyr. Anomaly is actually doing damage to it. And my summon, I think... No, my summon is definitely not hitting it.
I need more power.
Alright, let's just leave those be. Yeah, things like those, they really need to work on those and fix them. When enemies fall through geodata and spawn underneath the map, it could be very annoying, or when they spawn on the side of the map where there's just a bunch of background environment, it's not walkable zones where the player can go and attack the enemies. Hopefully those 4 months they said they need to fix all the bugs would be enough. Let's see what's here.
I can't do that right now.
Wait, which way? Oh, I see. Okay, those are done.
No. That's not happening.
Oh, there's some more. Nice. Come on, die. But yeah, for now, the only range skill I feel like using is Havoc Corp. The other ones don't feel as strong as this can be. And for melee skills, I like Bladestorm and Bleeding Catch. I mean, I love for many melee skills, but the ones that can give me okay damage that I can feel is worth it are kind of just Bleeding Catch and Bladestorm. Bladestorm not so much, but it's still okay, the damage I can get from it. And I forgot I wanted to run a boss rush. What dice did I get, by the way? Do we want to do some redying? Wait, where does this go? Oh, this goes here. Oh, this is... No, that's not it. This one. not sure what I got as a die. I think one of those is what I just got.
Can't manage that right now.
Still so many dice more left to find. Out of 140 I probably got close to 100.
That's not happening.
Can't wait for them to later add some more things other than dice that we can find for that cosmetic system. Although they're gonna add it not to find but actually to buy. They're gonna be selling cosmetics,
That's
which
not
is acceptable. I mean, many games sell cosmetics. Even games like Grim Dawn have sold cosmetics to their players. So it's not just Path of Exile that's free to play. Even games with premium models like Grim Dawn have released packages for supporters to rock some unique models that are only for supporters who bought that package. I'm just hoping that before they add leaks as a content, as a system to be doing it, they increase the XP rates. I won't mind leveling up a new character every 3-4 months, as long as I can hit level 90 in like a week or so. And that means I would be doing every week, not every week, every 3 or 4 months when there's a new leak, I would be leveling multiple characters to 90 to make multiple builds. If they make leveling up faster in the game, I would be returning during leaks. If they make leak content and then leave the slow leveling up speed the way it is right now, I'm probably just gonna not play those leaks.
You're back in Stormfall. Well, don't ask me
Don't
about
like
what's
getting
been going
forced to
on.
start over
Barely
if
looks
I
like
have to
mine now.
grind. And there's other games out there that don't have leaks and that don't force me to grind
There are a
my
number
ass
of
off
missions being considered.
to max
Take a
out a
look when you're
character.
ready.
Oh, hey there. I was just telling this young one a tale from the glory days. Perhaps you'd like to hear it.
Okay, reagent, gotta pick that one up.
You have a good eye. You have a good eye.
So bad that it's super easy to run out of storage
I don't
space
have enough
here.
space.
You know Mojave is always the best value.
Okay, let's do the boss fight now.
What do you want?
Hoping for something good. Ah, fuck, wrong place. Hey Siren, nice to see you again. How have you been? I've been testing some of the other skills today, and yeah, I can confirm neither of the skills on the patch notes has been buffed to a nice state that would do a lot of damage. So all of the skills that were supposedly buffed
Customer,
are
welcome to my
barely
humble
better
store.
than they used to be before the patch. This is interesting. 197 health regeneration material
Don't
damage.
forget
Do I want to
about me,
gamble this
adventurer.
one and
Yes.
try and remove the health regeneration maybe? I'm gonna do something here with this. For shield, no. No. And it's broken. No. Yeah, they're still useless. All of the skills right now still feel kind of bad. This seems like a good one. Yeah, this feels like a good one to upgrade. 94% all resistance, and it can get HP, and it can get more resistance and more HP maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna invite you. I'm not seeing you online, so I'm gonna go back to the main menu. Just gonna collect this here. But yeah, they are calling things balanced, but yeah. They're afraid, that's what I'm noticing. They are afraid to not overbuff something. I think that's why we're seeing such bad balances. Because
Don't
they're
forget
trying
about
to
me,
not overbuff
adventurer.
something, but what's the worst
Yes.
that could happen? They've already confirmed that they would be doing leaks, so what if for a week we have some skill being super overpowered and they need to nerf
Your
it after
patronage
buffing
is
it too much?
appreciated.
We already know that there's gonna be... We already know there's gonna be a, what's it called, a leak, and
don't have enough
all the
space.
progress we're doing here is gonna be
You
useless
know
once
Mojave
the
is
leak starts.
always the best value.
So just allow us to use this version of the game as experimentation, as a sandbox to test stuff. That's what they need to do. Since they've already decided on leaks, it makes sense to start experimenting. Start buffing things up to big numbers by a lot, and then to see if people enjoy those buffs, if people think those buffs are enough or not. I mean, what they just did was something that people won't even notice a difference in the damage of those skills. I can tell you, I tested those skills a week and a half ago, and I tested some last night and some today with almost the same setup, with almost the same passives and actives and gear, and it just barely any different than they were before. Well, I have to do something about all that gear. Let's start upgrading the
Greetings.
quality of something.
Do you have any delicate matters for Mojave to attend to?
Okay, I'm gonna upgrade the quality on maybe this, or let's actually go for the bruiser ones first.
Back for more?
The dark market.
Increase item
Never heard of
quality.
it.
Which one do I want to increase the
Sorry
quality
for
of?
the trouble.
94% or
What was it you
80%?
needed?
Probably the one with the 94 for now.
Greetings.
Are you looking for me? Oh, of course you are.
We have a number of diplomats ready to embark on any mission of your choosing.
A lot of gold. Alright, I'm gonna remove the
number of
procure
missions being-
ethereal
You are welcome
reagent
here.
probably. Actually, let's keep it.
The dark market, was it?
Alright, let's move. I'm gonna need to make a Mew character. I already need Mews. Need to make 2-3 Mews so I can keep some gear in those. Oh, since you're here, I'm gonna do a map with omens. I'm gonna be counting on you to do some damage. I've got 2 of those. I'm gonna do the blue one first and then I'm gonna be doing the other one. I don't have enough damage to kill omens quickly myself, but since you're with bleeding catch, you should be able to do it. Yeah, aneurysm. I'm a hoarder myself, as you've seen, and I've only got a Mew for orbs. I've got one Mew where I'm storing a lot of orbs, but I need more Mews. So in my other Mew I'm storing orbs and gems, but I need a Mew for that yellow crafting base gear that I've got going on.
Take that. Not right now.
I think we've got this one, yeah. But Mews are a good thing. I'm happy that the game allows us to make a lot of characters without charging us for extra slots or anything. I'm not sure what the limit of slots is for how many characters we can have, but I'm assuming I can at least make 4 or 5 more without the game telling me I'm reaching the limit. So probably 5, 6 might be the limit, maybe more. If anyone knows it, feel free to share it. Boom, 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 boom. The Rocket Man, or in this case Rocket Gao, I guess. Oh, there's an omen here. It's weird how the omen can pass through us. Oh, a legendary. 2 legendaries, okay. So, which way? Would there be some more? Probably this way. Valk got 1. Well, still better than 0.
That's not happening.
But yeah, I've been noticing increased legendary drop rates since the patch yesterday. So maybe they tweaked the drop rates and didn't tell us about it. Either this or I'm just getting extra Wookie, and Valk was getting extra Wookie last night, today. So either it's just confirmation bias and we're just getting super Wookie, or they really did increase the drop rates of legendary stuff and uniques.
I can't
which is kind of nice. We do need more good RNG in the game. If the crafting doesn't work well, might as well drop us more legendaries, so we can hope for something well wrought to drop there. Because even getting a legendary doesn't guarantee you it's gonna be good at all. Most of the times it's gonna be something I'm just selling because it's trash rolls. Another reagent. Keeps dropping entropies though. Oh, he got another legendary, nice.
Can't manage that.
There we go. I'm loving playing this build with bleeding edge builds. Because I'm definitely helping the bleeding edge players with making stacks on the enemies of different elements, and they're doing more damage. And I'm loving the damage they're doing. Keep moving here. I'm gonna try and group them up all together over here. Oh, look at what's happening now. Look at all the explosions. That's gonna it triggered so many explosions. Yeah, the more you group up, the better it is when you're doing trial runs. Right, we're good to go, I guess. Next one is a yellow one, which should be timed, if I remember correctly.
Hello there, friend. Please, browse my wares.
So there's a helmet here.
Hello there, friend. Please, browse my
Right, so
wares.
now the gold map.
The dark market. Never heard of it. Sorry, my friend. What was it you needed? Please, look around. I'm sure
And
you'll
this
find
bruiser
something
leg,
that takes your fancy.
833 FWAT. This one has... This doesn't have FWAT HP, but it's got cooldown and resists. I'm gonna
I'll be
check
here when you
something.
need me, friend.
Let's gamble. Please remove the resource generation. Nope.
What are you looking for? A
Well,
new
I'm gonna
weapon,
sell it then.
perhaps?
What do you want?
So now we're doing
Let me guess. You want a contract?
What's it called? A Gold Route map? Is it Gold Route? Yeah, Gold Route.
It's not
So it's gonna
hard.
be
You either do it or
omens.
you don't.
Omens, but it's timed omens. So just kill omens, I guess. Ignore the rest. There's one here next to an elite. Actually, there's one here that doesn't show up on the map, and there's another one that that is next to an elite. So the one next to the elite kind of started running away. Alright, let's try and see where it went. So yeah, don't bother with the elites, just focus the omens, I guess. Okay, there's one more. Shit, they started running.
That's not happening.
I think that one here. Yeah, there's two here. We're probably not gonna get one more for that remaining time, but might as well try. At least it's dropping money. Yeah. It was very bad map layout, a lot of twists and turns.
Wrong person to ask about.
Tell your friends.
Let's see if I've got another map
Stand
like this.
in
I don't
honest
think I do.
district.
That should have been it. Okay, at least quick run.
Got everything you need? Excellent. Come back soon.
So now, can I increase item rarity? I don't think I can. Back to increasing quality.
Greetings, my lady. There are caravans standing by. Give the word, and I'll prepare a security detail.
Alright, I'm ready for the next one. So max is 6 characters. Good to know, by the way. Six characters is more than enough to have some different builds to play and maybe one or two mules to hoard some more gear. I still think we need more storage space though, like shared storage space without needing to use the mules. Because the game is designed in such a way that it makes you hoard different gear for different builds if you want to be playing more than just one build. And most people in games like this with easy respec want to be playing more than just one build and saving gear for those builds. And while you're crafting items, you might want to be saving some of those crafting bases until they end up becoming something good. Look at all the numbers. Maybe a boss here? No. Not even a champ. I was hoping for a champ there. But I guess I would have seen it if there was a champ. Oh, there we go, there's a champ here. Let's pull them together.
It's not possible. Not right now.
Okay, I'm gonna group up some more together. Over here.
I can't do that.
But yeah, anomaly goes amazing with bleeding edge. Having an anomaly golem build goes well with bleeding edge teammate, because I'm grouping them up together, and yeah, if he's got the hook, and I think he does, and the tracker's reach, he can group them up together as well. You still haven't found a trio belt? Well, a good legendary belt is better than the trio if you can afford to use the Mark of Impurity yourself on your skill bar. Because a good legendary belt would give you 3 times flat damage and some crit damage and maybe some attack damage or crit chance, maybe some other stats like resistances or whatever you might need, but it can give you good stuff. And if you use Mark of Impurity yourself, you're still gonna be getting those explosions that do a lot of damage. You're still gonna be making the enemies vulnerable and all the other good stuff that come with it.
Not possible.
We're close to where the boss would spawn. I'm just trying to find us some enemies to kill before it spawns.
I need more power.
Look at how many buffs we are giving each other. He's using butt for butt.
Can't manage that right now.
Alright, let's see what's next. Now it's time for the boss. Oh, and there's a summoning crystal right next to the boss to keep some ads coming to us. I'm gonna try and make my golem stay away from the summoning crystal, so the enemies would come next to the boss. Alright, we can turn in. Yeah, I'm loving the damage. Good combo.
My lady, there have been some developments in your absence. Perhaps you should take a look.
Some developments in the town. Need those dice? Let's see if you need them. Oh, another map. It's gonna be a boss fight.
number of missions being considered. Take a look when you're ready.
Primordial. Maybe Abyssal Rift, yes, Abyssal Rift.
That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe
Greetings.
increase item
Do
quality,
you have
quantity.
any,
I mean
delicate
rarity.
matters for Mojave to attend to?
Oh, tight on the goat. Alright, not now then. After the other map.
Where are you thinking of sending the Seekers today? Somewhere dangerous by any chance?
There you are. Out.
What are you, what? Oh, sorry, my lady. Where are you sending the Seekers then?
11 crit damage. I mean, I'm not gonna save this. It's just 11 crit damage. Base.
Please look around. I'm sure
Now let's do
you'll
that
find
boss fight.
something that takes your fancy.
There's a good kid. Off with you.
You have ton of them? Well, you might join us and do some maps with us. It's 163, so you should be able to survive them. And by now I think you probably have enough gear to survive. But yeah, as I said, the trio has never been the best belt you can equip. You can get much better legendaries than the trio, and even in the beta people were using legendaries instead of the trio and then just using the Mark of Impurity in their skill bar. The trio is good if you don't want to be using Mark of Impurity on your skill bar, but most builds could afford to lose one of the skills and use Mark of Impurity in there. Trial's not bad though. Trial, I mean, it's amazing, but
Please, look around. I'm sure you'll
there
find
people are making it to
something
be
that takes your
better than
fancy.
it is. Wait a second, my inventory is full.
The quality on this one is unmatched.
Oh, that's a lot of maps. Man, you're making it hard for me to collect stuff. No, I have to collect one, so I'm not gonna collect this gear. Okay,
Come
let's
in.
try and upgrade
There's
the
no need
quality
to
of
be
something.
shy. We go way back, no?
So yeah, we're gonna do some maps just.
Customer. Welcome to my humble stand.
Okay, you can join later when you get back. Okay, so what did I want to do? Oh yeah, a ribbon tier on this helmet. Please give me something nice. Agility. Of all the things it could give me, it's gonna be agility. But it's a good helmet, 94% all resists and 34 transfer time. All I want on this one is flat resistance and cooldown. The rest could be anything, even if it's a shit stat. I'm gonna try something. Let's gamble here. And now it's broken.
Hello there, friend. Please browse my wares.
At least it makes it easy for me not having to
What do you want?
worry about it. Or let's see some boss map. Oh, that's well Omens maps. Okay. Time for
It's
Omens.
not hard. You either do it or you don't.
Please tell me I selected the right level on the map. Oh no, I bricked the map. Well, it's Omens, so we might as well just quickly farm them for materials. But yeah, I kind of bricked the map. I forgot to select the level. At least on Omens maps it's not that bad when you brick it. Because if you're farming materials like reagents from those, they die much faster on this
Not
map.
possible.
But when it comes to farming gear, everything else would be shit. The money still seems the same as well, that they drop.
I'm gonna catch my breath.
But yeah, sorry for that. Kind of bricked your map by not selecting the level.
I'm gonna catch my breath.
Was that all of the omens? 3 omens? Come on map, drop some reagents.
Not possible.
Just checking the dead end, but seems like there's no omen here either. There's a downstairs dungeon, I'm gonna check it as well. So far no omen here. Think we killed them all maybe. Oh yeah. I still would probably like to see if there's anything else we can find in the other end of the map. But the portal is there. Was that a dead end on this side? Oh, it's not a dead end, so maybe there is still gonna be another omen left. Sometimes you wanna go all the way until the end. I've seen omens after the portal appeared, so I know they can spawn even.
Strength is waning.
Alright, well that's the end of it. Now I have to go and use the other portal, which is kind of where the underground zone was.
Not happening.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't brick the next one.
What? Oh, it's you. Welcome back. I'm
Oh, I'm unlocking new skins. I didn't have all the wall level skins unlocked apparently.
Please, come again.
It's weird why the wall level items
Forget about me, adventurer.
skins don't drop on the high levels. It would have been nice to have all those skins dropping on max level stuff.
They'll depart at once. I think we will be able to keep security minimal for this one.
Where are you thinking of sending the Seekers today? Somewhere dangerous by any chance?
Okay, for the next one I'm gonna really select the proper level.
Welcome to the Purple Field.
163, there we go. Just a second. Alright, I'm ready.
That's not
I've
happening.
noticed something seemed weird with my streaming software. Wanted to check if it's glitching or not. Oh, that pierce really helps when trying to catch up to that omen. Alright, a legendary gauntlet and a sapphire. Thankfully we don't have to kill any bosses or champs, we just need to kill enemies in the zone. So even if we miss some sort of enemy on the way, we won't have to backtrack. This is my favorite Omens maps, and my favorite treasure hunt maps are those where you just need to kill enemies in the area. Not the ones where you have to kill all those elites or all those other elites. I'm gonna check the dead end on this side, I think that's one.
My endurance is waning.
Might as well do those up. Oh, Omen here on this side, I'm gonna wait though, so we encounter it together.
That's not happening.
Oh wow, where did I teleport? Shit, I teleported? Never mind, thanks for killing it. I ended up teleporting downstairs. You got 3 legendaries from one, nice. Nice. I forgot to sell. I see one more nearby. Oh, it's not really near. Could probably kill that elite before. Oh, by the way, there's an exoskeleton elite, so careful with the one shots. We don't have to kill it, but might as well kill it if it's on the way.
I need more power.
Oh wow. Switching directions. And another legendary. Yeah, they've definitely increased the drop rates of those, of the omens. I've been noticing better drop rates on the omens and on those chest maps. So they make those maps more valuable. Feels good to be doing those maps with omens and high amount of chests. Like Valk last night got 2 uniques from the same corpse. Those wootable corpses.
That's not happening.
Was there anything good on this end? I guess no. What about this side? Did we come from this side? I think we kind of... that's the start of the map maybe. Oh no, just a dead end. Well, there's one place where there could be an omen, because there's a lot of elites over there. Oh, there we go. Triple turtle. Trip turds. Those trip turds.
I can't do that right now.
Nice. So what else is left here? Maybe there's no more romance, but
Endurance is
it's best to
waning.
just check all the way till the end. Yeah, I think that's the whole map checked, so let's just kill some enemies and enter the portal. Those should do the trick. So yeah, we've got some more to do. Bruiser with 389 O resistance score on the legs. Not bad. 389 on leg
Don't be
armor.
shy. Mojave has everything a soldier needs.
Mine is with 481, but that's 5-star upgraded. 75, 202. Ooh. This one's sexy. 524 O resistance. 5-star.
I'll be here when you need me, friend.
It has rage and willpower cost reduction. It has toughness. Some resists of the occult variety, and then some resource generation. Tempting. I'd rather keep my ferocity right now though, and the attack speed. Do you need those gauntlets, by the way, Valk? They're not bruiser, but 524 O resistance score. Toughness, O resist, resource generation, rage and willpower cost reduction, occult resistance. Alright, you don't need them. That's fine then. I'm gonna try and find them some space, cause it's worth keeping those. Yeah, I'm gonna replace those here.
Don't forget about me, adventurer. Yes?
What's this? Oh, you can take this die if you need it. If you don't need it, sell it. I don't need it, so you can just take it and sell it if you already have it. Need to remove something. Pistols. I can remove a pistol, I guess.
What are you looking for? A new weapon, perhaps? The dark market? Never heard of it. Sorry, my friend. What was it you needed?
So what do I
You are
upgrade
welcome
now?
here. Now, the dark market, was it?
Oh, not enough affinity this time. Well, I'm gonna get rid of some more stuff here. By the way, I've got a lot of bruiser shoulders. Do you need some bruiser shoulders? As crafting bases. Where were those pistols earlier? There we go, this one.
Don't be shy. Mojave has everything a soldier needs.
So let's do the boss map now, I guess. I'm gonna quickly start some crafting in the
Greetings, my
meantime.
lady. There are caravans standing by. Give the word, and I'll prepare a security detail.
Okay, goat,
So,
and
what do we
maybe one of those. Quick boss
What
fight.
do you want?
Oh, it's that guy. Material and elemental shields. Okay, that's fine.
That's not.
There we go. That was a quick kill. I'm the weak link here. The weak link of the team is me right now, but still fast enough on the DPS side. 258.
Greetings, my friend. How may I help you?
Right, let's see next. More gauntlets. $112 for resistance.
What can I do for you
That
today?
dropped so much stuff.
Perhaps you are welcome here. Now, the dark market, was it?
There you are. Our diplomats are becoming restless. Perhaps you have a mission for them.
You know, just imagining the peril they're about to endure.
Wow, that dropped so
Brings
much
back
stuff
fine memories.
on the ground.
I'll be here when you need me, friend. Please, look around. I'm sure you'll find something that takes your fancy. Don't forget about
I wanna
me,
check something.
adventurer.
Can I get this to be
Yes.
good? Get it, yeah. I'm gonna try.
You know Mojave
Right,
is
next another
always the
Omen
best
map.
value.
Contract. Give me a second.
Let's hope for something nice here. Just need to quickly drink some tea. Alright, ready. This is a great map layout for omens. Lots of open spaces too.
No.
There's an omen up there on the north side.
Not possible.
Are we gonna get the omen? Let's get it. Alright, that went well. No drops, but still.
Not right now.
Alright, another omen. Did it die?
That looks
Oh yeah, it did. The amount of elites here. 3 elites. If we get the little guys to explode next to the turtle, that's gonna be some nice damage. Nice.
that's not happening.
Something to loot here. Wait, is that our mission to kill the Elder Purifier veterans? It would have been nice if the map shows us how many of those are on. How many of those are alive to kill. Because right now I think they're over there on the north somewhere. Probably this way. Yeah, one of them is here. Maybe 2 of them. Oh, there's an omen as well. I'm gonna wait before engaging. Oh wow, this didn't hit it. It was right next to it and it didn't hit. And there's one here for the quest. Oh, you got 2, nice. I'm wondering when the Wolcen team would rework the legendaries, not legendaries, the uniques, be a bit more worth it. I think a great way to make legendaries, not legendaries, to make uniques worth it would be to allow us to extract their abilities and transfer those to legendaries. That way you get a level 20 unique item or a level 35 max level unique item, max efficiency, that you don't need, but then you have like a chance, a very small chance to maybe apply its unique ability to a legendary one. It would be nice. Let's say I take the trial belt and break it down, and then it gives me, with a very small chance, the 100% chance to inflict Mark of Impurity modifier. Then I can apply this on a legendary one. Or maybe taking this one and I have a small chance to extract the block chance, for example. Or on this one, small chance to get the shadow damage. You just get what I mean. With a small chance to get any affix. Sometimes being able to get them as a combo. Like in cases where this one has a non-ailment damage but increases the chance spread and things like that. Maybe having cases where you can extract only a combo of something that is negative and positive that makes the item the way it is. Or they could just remove the maximum level cap on uniques. Because this one is max level 35, this one is 40, this one's 35, this one's this one's actually a low level one, but seems level 10. So if they remove this max level cap and make those drop with better stats, it's also gonna be okay. It's also gonna be worth it. But it's gonna be even better if we can just take those unique parts of them and apply it to a legendary. Because right now I'm not excited when I get unique items.
That's not happening.
And they did a great job of making up a lot of good unique items with fun build opening things, but then they limit their cap and it ends up being so bad for the high level end game. Alright, there's one more purifier. I think we missed one over there, but I'm gonna quickly check on this side just to be sure there's no one here. Yeah, okay, let's go that way then.
Not possible.
I'm pretty sure there were some elite champs somewhere on this side. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna try and group them up together. So 2 of them are following me, then there's the Avastor, and I think he's gonna come as well. And that's the map cleared after we kill this Avastor. Did it die? Yeah, I guess it did.
I don't have enough space.
Okay, let's see what the next one would be on. Let me quickly read the chat, because that's a long message. Hey Struck, I just watched your Sacred Paladin build, but I'm wondering since 3 days how you reach 18k average damage while I'm stuck at 7k, although I did everything you said in the video. Probably items, probably my rings and amulet and weapon, but don't look at this average damage. this average damage that you're seeing here on some skills, it's not very indicative about the damage you can do. Look at the damage numbers that you're seeing, the real damage numbers. It's all about your ring, amulet, belt and weapon when it comes to the damage. Of course, the gear can also give you damage. If you're stacking sacred damage and you're stacking occult damage, and you're doing the paladin with the occult damage bonuses, with the sacred version of Wrath of Buffet, definitely you're gonna be doing a little bit more damage there. It depends. So basically, what you need to look at is here your damage. Weapon damage is the combination, the total of all those different things. So you can see I've got physical, toxic and rend as the highest. That means if I want to be stacking damage in my gear, I would prefer to stack material damage because it's gonna boost my highest numbers. But if you've got some weapon that gives you sacred shadow aether, and you have more sacred shadow and aether than the combination of physical, toxic and rend, then probably you would want to be doing an occult stacking. And for the paladin, you know, you're actually doing a lot of sacred damage there. I'm not sure whether you're using the unique armor, but if you're using the unique armor, then
Greetings, my friend.
you're definitely gonna be losing some potential DPS and survivability at the late levels. With the Smile of the Searing Song, with this armor, the paladin build works fine until a certain level, and then it starts getting tougher to do enough damage and to have enough survivability. If you get a unique, not unique but a legendary armor with a lot of resistances, you're definitely gonna get better results. Especially if you use Salvatory Anchor. So I think you've probably seen the links I've posted of different ways how to build the build, how to make the build better. I've posted some in the comments and I think in the description, but you do need this one, a Salvatory Anchor and Elevated Gain, and you need a good heavy high resistance helmet, good heavy high resistance armor, and for the rest you can go for Bruiser with good HP and good resists. And you want rage cost reduction, you want transfer time reduction. That's the more important things. Even if you lose damage from the items and you have less damage on the tooltip,
Plenty of eager seekers waiting for your word.
it's really important to have a
So
good
shall
weapon
we go
though,
then?
and to have some good flat damages in the rings and amulets. So something like X type added damage to attacks, X type damage added to attacks. So you see here I've got frost whitening, here I've got physical, here I've got frost. The more of those you've got, the better. Crit damage also is amazing. Crit damage and crit chance, also attack speed sometimes would kind of increase this here, the average damage. So you can see I'm gonna use this for attack speed and this increases my average damage. And this is kind of not very indicative as I said. Oh,
Welcome to
820
my
all
humble
resistance armor. But it gives agility, I can probably make better one for someone.
stand. Don't forget
But alright,
about
I'm gonna
me,
keep this armor
adventurer.
somewhere, cause there might be people who want it. So I will get rid of, I'm gonna get rid of this. No, not this. I'm gonna get rid of let's get rid of this.
A customer. Welcome to my humble stand.
But flat damage is super important for most builds. Like let's say 99% of the builds out there would benefit from flat damage above most other bonuses. Yep, look for better rings and necklace. I could tell you that you can make yourself something great. So look for steel rings. What you want is a good steel ring with hopefully 25-30% damage here at the top, the white damage. Then you can start crafting the yellow ring and re-rolling its stats until you get at least one flat attack and maybe some crit damage at the bottom. So if you get a steel ring with 25 or more damage at the top and 25 or more damage at the bottom and at least one flat attack, that's gonna be great for you. And if you get two of those, it's gonna be nice. And what you want for the necklace, you want something with 18 to 0 attributes as a base. Find yourself Omnistar or Platinum 1, that's 18 to 0 attributes. And then start crafting it, start rerolling it. That's all that matters. For the amulet, I would really go for all attributes one rather than ferocity or wisdom or whatever. The crafting is pretty RNG, so it might be difficult to get a good one made. But save up some orbs and then start rerolling. So yeah, the paladin, as I said, at the moment won't take you that high. It won't take you that high, but the best items stop dropping at 163. So after 163, the only thing that you'll be getting more and better is XP. So 163 level items would give you the same amount of stats as 187. So as soon as you start dropping 163 items, you can freely start upgrading those. I would hold on to some of the low level gear and not upgrade it unless it's something that that doesn't matter. Like some items you really don't care whether they're high level, but for most you do. For most you care about the item level. So I would save up the orbs and start upgrading as soon as I start getting 163 level items. Use whatever you've got until then and save up those crafting materials for something that's worth using them on. If you need crafting bases, you could always hit me up and I can give you some items that you can craft yourself. And I strongly suggest crafting 163 level items because they're cheaper to craft. They cost less to upgrade the quality and rarity of. And at the moment the game is kind of glitched. They tried to fix a bug where we could put unique, not unique, but we could put legendary orange items into the upgrade rarity section of the town in the dark market, and they removed this, but by removing this they also made it so we can't upgrade the quality. So let's say you have a 3-4 star legendary item, you want to make it 5 stars, you no longer can. That's why before upgrading an item from yellow to legendary, players need to first upgrade the quality from 2-3 stars yellow to 5-star yellow, and then take that 5-star yellow and upgrade its rarity to orange. That's how you kind of do it. So first you craft the item to have the 4 stats you want as a yellow, get the 4 stats you want on a yellow item, upgrade the quality to 5 stars, and then upgrade it to orange. You've probably noticed that rings and amulets don't have quality. So for those you just immediately upgrade to orange. So you can see neither the amulet nor the rings or the belt have stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. Which is nice. This is saving you some materials and money and affinity. And yeah, the paladin build kind of became slightly stronger, but the damage difference after the patch is barely noticeable of Wrath of Buffet. I'm hoping the devs would keep buffing those weak skills that they just buffed yesterday, because this patch we got was kind of like a joke patch. Let's look for some more omens, by the way. There might be some left here underground. Maybe there might be some omens. I wish the game would tell us how many omens are left in a map somewhere out there on the corner when we're doing an omen map. And the same for chests, unlooted chests and things like that. When it comes to quality of life, I can come up with so many ideas that can make a game feel better. You can count on lazy people to figure out ways how things would be,
I can't do that right now.
would have better quality of life, would be more efficient and things like that, more optimized. Alright, I think we're good to go. I'm gonna go into the portal. I don't think we're gonna find more omens. There might have been another one somewhere, but well,
Welcome back, my friend. Stormfall's recent developments are ready for review.
what's here? Boots.
Aye, customer. Welcome to my humble stand.
I'm gonna need a minute to go and take a leak, by the way, so give me a moment. I'm gonna be right back. 60-90 seconds or so. I'm gonna start the BRB screen, and if you're watching on Twitch I can play some ads for you, but if you're on the other platform, back to Wolcen. Alright, I'm here. What have we got here? Oh, and by the way, if you need good bases for rings and accessories, you might want to be doing expeditions in Stormfall. The Stormfall expeditions that award accessories. Oh, another map. Nice. Oh, and chests this time. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, you can see I just got a ton of rings and belts and amulets
Hello there, friend.
from doing
Please,
one
browse
of
my
those
wares.
seeker expeditions, as they're called, for accessories. Definitely worth it. So let me
My
see here.
contacts are
Material
waiting
reagent.
for your word.
Our diplomats.
Oh, and you
You
wanna
are
you
welcome
wanna
here.
build the dark market, and you wanna do the Golden Child project that unlocks the item rarity, I think. Was this the Golden Child? And the Dark Smith that increases the item quality. You wanna get those ASAP. I mean, not ASAP, but as soon as you reach 163 level items, so you can start upgrading good stuff. You want to keep upgrading this. I kind of stop upgrading this here at supply stockpiles, because the other ones are kind of not really worth it. Before it was worth it because you really needed that extra productivity, but since they increased the productivity, I don't feel the need to have that much of it. You definitely wanna upgrade this, so you want the shipyard. The shipyard unlocks some more projects, and you want that assembly because it gives you some primordial affinity,
What will it be this time? The installator, is
and
it?
this is also
I
nice
can
to
begin
convert gold
calibrating
into
it whenever
primordial
you're ready.
affinity. At the moment my main source of primordial affinity is actually converting gold into it. Wait, did I put the map? Yeah, I did. And it's 163, yeah. So this was one with more chests, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Gotta catch my breath.
Player sappers. But yeah, I think my build and Valk's build really go well together. He's got the chains, the what's it called, Tracker's Reach, and he goes into the anomalies and pulls them in there, so they can get exploded together with the others, as I've noticed. Oh, Omen. Alright, reagent. He got one legendary, nice. Yeah, they've definitely boosted the drops on those. I've been noticing more drops from Omens. I wish they would kind of nerf their HP a bit. Make them easier to kill. Make them, instead of taking real damage, I'd make them have fixed HP and taking only 1 HP per hit. So that means every time you encounter an Omen, you need to hit it X number of times. Ritkitu, no, not a single better build since the update. The update seems to have barely boosted the damage of the skills it mentioned. So the numbers, as the patch notes might seem to you, are super low when it comes to the changes. So you're not gonna notice a difference. And PSU Sure Shot, welcome back. I think Valk is seeing this. So yeah, you probably caught me right after the break, so I didn't notice the chat that early, so sorry for that. And welcome back to everyone that's just recently arrived. And yeah, Valk, you probably heard it, Sure Shot is saying hi. I'm not sure whether you're seeing this on the screen, but I do have all the chat there. And it's nice to see regulars returning. That's all communities are about. That's why actually I keep the chat from all different platforms to be shown on the screen, so people can chat with each other and see what the others are saying, even if they're on different platforms. Some people say streaming to multiple platforms splits the community. I say it's the opposite. It actually combines multiple communities into one. So he's on Mixer, he can communicate with the others on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, that's nice. If you wanna join us, we probably can handle it, having one more player. Valk is doing good damage, and since he switched to shield and sword, I've noticed he's not dying. He's probably got much better survivability than me, because I don't have a shield. And his damage is pretty good. Mine is not the best, but at least I'm trying to help with some ailments. And bleeding edge builds could definitely use some more people doing ailments and utility stuff. Oh, Omen. Let's grab this buggy buck. You went back to your ranger. What ranger are you playing? I noticed Strings of Crearion is okay, but it's still not as high damage as I might want it to be. Oh, a legendary dagger and an Omen's map. That sounds like a good haul. Are you playing Gunslinger? Yeah, Gunslinger. Gun Catalyst on level 58. Gunslinger is good. I didn't like the damage I can get with it, but probably I needed to just level it up more. Gunslinger's brand used to be super strong in the beta, and now it's just missing something that's broken. On Gunslinger's brand you have this thing that Bleeding Edge has. So it's increases crit chance and damage for each ailment stack an enemy has. So this one is apparently still broken. I can test it. Let's test it. Mine's level 66. Let's test it. But this was broken before and it wasn't working. But this was the best thing about Gunslinger's brand. This could make it as strong as Bleeding Edge if it was working well. I'm gonna check it. I've not checked it after the last update, so might as well check. Maybe they buffed it up. It seems like the damage is a bit better than before, but my items are a bit better than the last time I checked Gunslinger. If I like it, I'm actually gonna make it into a build. Wait, we're missing an elder? We were down here already, if I remember. It's probably this way. I'm not sure what the damage is that I'm getting. I'm gonna try and group them up. Well, it doesn't seem that it's a bad damage. I'm gonna have to check it on a boss. When we do a boss fight, I'm gonna check it. But yeah, Gunslinger's brand has always been broken since the game launched. And not the good type of broken. It was the bad type of broken, where the best thing about it isn't working the way one might want it to. Hey Valk, do you need those dice? Oh, I guess he doesn't need dice. See if you need any of those. If you don't need them, sell them. That's how it is.
Hello there, friend. Please browse my wares.
So there's a boss map. Okay, I'm gonna be testing Gunslinger's brand on the boss map, and that means let's remove my shout and replace it with what would be good if I replace the shout. Might go for a juggernaut. Oh no, actually I'm not gonna be able to get juggernaut, so I can use either of those. That's the things I can use. Alright, I've got the perfect thing to add. Let's add the tier. Um, Alright, I'm gonna test it like this.
My contacts are waiting for your word.
Item quality. Can I increase the item rarity of something? Nope. So yeah, I'm gonna be testing a Gunslinger's brand build now, I guess.
Welcome
I
to
mean, my build is already focused on projectile damage, so there aren't many things I need to be changing anyways. Just slightly rework the active skills as you saw.
What
But the
do you
passives
wish
are
my
already for a
contacts
projectile
to
build,
find?
so
We have a number of
good
diplomats
time to be.
ready
Oh,
embark
endgame
on any
consumable.
mission of your choosing.
Nice.
Oh, Seeker. What? Oh, it's you. I was just resting my eyes.
Alright,
So,
now it's a
what'll it
boss
be?
fight. Perfect place to
Yes,
test
the
Gunslinger brand.
contract.
I like the railgun, but I never noticed how much. I never
need more
noticed good
power.
damage on the railgun. I've been testing the railgun a lot, and I don't know. There was something about the damage I didn't like. It didn't feel as good as I can get it to be on Havocorp. So far, Havocorp is my favorite when it comes to. Do I need to charge this fully?
It's not possible.
I think even if I just one tap it, it still does all the shots.
Hi there.
Left click while right click to get more damage.
Probably get caught up.
But I've got the one that automatically targets. Do you mean that one to start targeting enemies? Because I've set it up to automatically target
Greetings,
the
my
enemies.
friend. How may I help you?
And I've also made it unload all the
Please,
stacks
come again.
at once. This is what I've got. This one to get every shot to give more damage to the next. Enemies that hit you while aiming are automatically targeted. If an enemy suffers a crit hit, damage is bounced back to the first enemy targeted. Fires all shots whenever this skill is used, and increase crit chance and damage for each element stack. And this one, as I said, is kind of broken. I mean, I can probably remove some things. Let's get more damage maybe. Number of targets, would that increase the number of shots? Probably not. This is probably also nice. Right, let's try stacking more damage. I'm gonna try this. See how it goes. Oh, another boss map maybe? Okay, boss map.
What do you wish my contacts to find for you this time, my friend?
There you
Let's
are.
see, any
Our
oh,
diplomats
endgame
are
consumer. Oh
here.
no, I cancelled it.
Perhaps you have a mission
Fuck.
for them.
Fuck.
Back
Cancelled
home?
my
Happy to be
consumable.
of service.
Alright, well now that I
It's
cancelled
you.
it, I'm gonna do this then.
There are plenty of missions prepared. Just
Oh, seeker expeditions.
Increasing the
I
productivity.
thought you were here for that other thing I do.
So yeah, I'm gonna test it again. Another boss fight, perfect for testing. And I'm gonna be charging now to get more crits.
It's not possible. I can't do that.
I'm not seeing that high damage right now.
It's not possible.
Actually, the damage I'm seeing is so low that it's funny. Let me see if I can get better.
Not right now. I need more power. No.
Yeah, the damage is kind of not there. The damage is 10 times 10 times the damage 10 times less than the damage I should be seeing on this skill to make me want to use it. So if the damage was 10 times better, I would have been liking the skill, but I can't say it's good damage when I'm seeing something like 50, 60, 70 up to 100,000 per hit. But as I said, it's broken right now. When it gets fixed, you're gonna be able to get a lot of more damage. So when this actually starts working, you're gonna be able to get up to 270 stacks on an 210 stacks on an enemy. 210 stacks, that's probably gonna give you some good damage. Even if it's 0.5% per ailment stack, it's still gonna be nice. So it's kind of the same way Bleeding Edge works. Bleeding Edge works in the exact same way with this one. Increased damage per ailment stack on the enemy. Bladestorm has something similar. Where was it? I think maybe here. Increased damage per each ailment an enemy has, so yeah. I mean, it's not bad, Gunslinger's brand, but not great right now. After a certain level there's gonna be a wall where the damage would not be enough. But it's still a fun skill, it's still a very fun skill to use. It's another one of the skills that's on the to-do list, I guess, for the developers.
For your word.
Oh, it's you, my lady. There are plenty of missions prepared. Just give the order.
So, can I increase the quality again of something? Like this one? Okay, I can no longer do quality. Oh, Abyssal
This is
Rift.
what they're trained for, right?
30,000 gold though.
Perilous of places and all of it in the pursuit of treasure.
Right now we're doing dungeon with Wild Omens. But yeah, even when I'm clicking the button, for me it doesn't matter whether I'm clicking the button or not while holding, because I'm unloading all the shots. I'm unloading all the shots on the boss, and since it's just the boss, all the shots are going on him. The clicking while holding is for when you want to be targeting and when you're not unloading all the shots. I didn't see any difference in the damage or in the shots he's taking when I was holding and clicking while holding in the Gunslinger's brand test. But yeah, Gunslinger's brand, if it was doing 500,000-600,000 to a million per hit, would have been nice, but with 50, 60 up to 100,000 per hit, it just doesn't feel right. Even I can get those numbers I was just saying with rockets on my... Oh, there was the Omen, I didn't even notice.
I can't do that right now.
Oh, legendary.
Not right now.
Let's get him with explosions now. Let's go downstairs. So far my favorite ranger skill is this. Wailing arrows is not bad, but I do prefer the Havoc Orb one. Oh, we've been here already? Weird. Don't remember being here.
I can't do that right now.
Did we oh, never mind, there's a Omen here. Wow, look at the FPS drop with all the gold that the Omen was dropping. I think the Omen should not drop that big that many goat piles. I'd rather have the Omen drop one big goat pile every time it drops gold. It's gonna reduce the whack so much. I mean, they kept improving this, they kept making it drop each 10 hits or so, or each 10% HP, something like that is what they made. The way I would make omens is, for example, an omen has 50 HP and each time you hit it takes one hit, 1 HP. Regardless whether you're hitting for a million or for 2 million or for 10 damage, with your skills, every time the omen only taking 1 damage. That means every time you encounter it you have to hit it 50 times to get it to die, and then every 10 times to drop some big bunch of gold, for a total of 5 drops of gold. That way, regardless whether you've got a meta build or not, you're always gonna be able to kill it as long as you can do the required number of hits. That way they wouldn't have to scale it for damage and everything like that. It's probably difficult to code it though, to make sure that it always takes just 1 damage regardless of how big your hits are. Let's see that ring. I'm always on the lookout for good rings. Look at how many gold piles it's dropping at once. I'd rather it drop few hundred or 1,000 or 2,000 gold on a single pile instead of dropping like 10, 15 piles of 90 or 100 or 150 etc. per pile. Die. One of them dies, the other one dies too. Okay. What's here? Okay, I guess that's it.
Welcome back, Mayhem. Stormfall's recent developments are ready for review.
It is actually a very good crafting base. It's missing the resistance percent and the fat resistance, but it's got the transfer time, it's got the cooldown, it's got the element chance score and the crit chance score. Interesting helmet.
You know Mojave is always the best value. Please, come
Wondering if I
again.
should keep that one. It's too good of an opportunity to miss out on keeping something like that. Right, I'm getting rid of this, I'm keeping this.
Hello there, friend. Please, browse my wares.
There are a number of missions being considered. Take a look when you're ready.
Are you looking for me? Oh, of course you are. Got plenty of expeditions to choose from.
Let's see here.
You have
Shit,
a
shit,
good eye.
shit. Alright, let's do the next one. The next one is without a special map on it. how many damage numbers are showing up at once when I stack all the dots.
That's not.
Why isn't he exploding? I did Plague Burst underneath him. He should have taken some sacred damage. Did I remove my sacred damage? No, actually I can't remove it. Sacred damage to spells is on my
I can't do that right now.
offhand.
I need more.
Alright, there we go. Next, here. Here. Another Demon of Souls. Okay, let's check this ring. Nope.
That can't be done.
Alright. Bursty burst. Physical imbued. Oh, this one's gonna get melted.
I can't do that. Not possible.
Alright, next.
No.
And boss time.
That's not.
What's he got? Whiting imbued, physical imbued, rent imbued, and a dome shield? So that means, yeah, I probably shouldn't be fighting far away from this guy.
Oh, you're alive. Great. More paperwork.
Oh, nice.
Ah, welcome. Was there some...
What? Oh, it's you.
You gotta go? Okay, dude. Well, thanks for joining
So,
me.
what'll it be?
Thanks for the runs. Was definitely fun to play with you again, Valk. And until next time to you. And for me, I'm
Security
gonna be
will have
doing
to be
some
handled
more
this way.
stuff.
Make the necessary arrangements.
Here, let's see. What do I want to do? I
Do you
don't
have any
don't think I can upgrade
heritage
quality
matter?
Where
now.
are you thinking of sending the Seekers to?
Might
Come
as
in,
well get
come in.
some affinity.
Give the order and I'll have the seat calibrated in no time.
It'll require sharp
Accessories.
wits and a sharper blade, but I think
Yeah,
we can
that's
manage.
probably gonna work.
A fine item. Thank you very much.
So reagents.
I don't have enough space.
So if anyone else wants to join, feel free to let me know. I'm gonna be doing a few more runs. It's 11 p.m. here, so maybe hour and a half. Normally I stop around midnight, but I'm wondering if I should stop earlier today. We'll see. Kind of getting boring to be doing the same thing over and over and over. Pretty grindy.
Not possible.
Right now I'm just playing to try and maybe get something good out of it. Maybe the main reason why I'm playing right now is to try and upgrade all those yellow items, but this is happening so slow. The gold and affinity I'm earning, and mostly the affinity is my problem. I'm earning enough gold, but then I have to convert the gold into affinity, and I think they should maybe give more affinity for completing a map. Any map.
It's not possible.
I think completing any map should give you affinity the same way it gives you gold. Or reduce the prices of upgrading quality and rarity of items. Because it's so RNG to get a good item, and without that upgrade, and even with the upgrade, you kind of need to do a few upgrades before you get a good one. There's a few things I like about Diablo 3, more things I don't, but I like how Diablo 3 is rewarding the time spent. I don't like the itemization system, but I do like how often good items drop, how often I'm gonna get Primal or whatever it was called, those red items. I like how often I would get some other good stuff, and I like how easy it is to start re-rolling. You farm materials, get those materials used up by the re-rolling vendor, and re-roll the stats on an item. The build I'm running is a hybrid build for golems based survivability. So I've got golem based survivability. For now I'm running a single golem, but if I want more survivability I can remove some of the spells or the shout, and I can add another golem. And I'm getting the golem survivability from this one. So I'm losing HP, giving my golem some, and then with the golem itself I'm using generational grief. And I'm using the ranged one because I like it being ranged. Then this one gives me chance to inflict ailments on it, and attack speed increased to be afflicting those ailments more often. And that's only because I'm using Immortal Offering and I want to be getting all different ailments. So I'm using crit damage here, as you can see. I'm getting some crit chance and attack speed. I'm getting more attack speed for the price of resistances. So this is 75% attack speed score. This is 200 attack speed score for the price of 50 all resistance, but it's also what was it, 50 times 0.2 wife leech, so that's 2.5% wife leech score as well. Here more survivability from dire juncture, so we've got double damage here, and then there's this extra 100% damage here, and here we've got more projectile damage. That's 50% projectile damage. And when you're critting, you're refilling those points, so basically that's permanent 50% projectile damage when you have enough crit score. This is also another extra projectile damage stuff. This one helps very much with how much stacks we are afflicting. And here a bit more crit chance, score, crit damage. Here's some block efficiency, here's some block efficiency, here's resists, and this one to execute the enemies, and this one for extra rage and willpower. I don't really have a build online for this. I have Immortal Havoc Golemancer or Immortal Golemancer of Havoc, something like that, which is similar to this build with some differences. So I've got the build online with the triple golems. So you might look into this golem. Was it golem? So this is the video for the one with triple golems. But this specific setup is slightly different. Less tanky, more damagey. But it's a variation of my golem answer.
Can't manage that right now.
So whenever I need more survivability, I can always get 2 or 3 golems up for more damage absorption, more damage transfer, so to say. The damage is not as much as a bleeding edge build, but at least it's a ranger build. And the main source of damage is not my Havoc Orb or the Golem, it's the explosions from Mark of Impurity. So if you don't have a trial belt, you must replace probably Plague Burst or Sovereign Shout to get Mark of Impurity there. So I'm actually getting extra damage based on exploding health globes. That's why I went and put some points into health globe generation. Because health globes get pulled by anomaly when they're within the range, and then they explode for more damage. So the more enemies around a target, the better it is. If it's single target, you can see the damage isn't as good on a single target on bosses.
Favors the bold.
It's a fun build, but definitely not a meta build, but it works fine for 163 maps. It also can work for 187, but the damage, as I said, would be whacking, especially if you get more golems. And I don't see a reason to farm 187 maps other than maybe slightly more gold and more XP. Currently the best items you can get at 163. The best stats, fixes and prefixes and all of that. At least that's what people were saying. People were saying that after 163 you're not getting better items. 187 items are not stronger than 163 is what I've been hearing. And it's cheaper to upgrade a 163 item than a 187. So if you want to be crafting a yellow item, upgrading its quality and upgrading its rarity, it's gonna be cheaper, less affinity and less gold cost. So there's that. So you can see when there's more enemies next to each other and they keep exploding, I'm actually gonna try and pull those enemies to the boss fight, if it's possible at all. Are they following me? They seem to be. One of them is not after me. Okay, it's coming, it's coming. Come on, come with me, enemy. Okay, now it's coming. Well, let's clean out the hurt. You can get good survivability with the shout. That's why I like using this with a dagger, because with the dagger I can use Sovereign Shout. On the video there, on the YouTube video, I was using a pistol, this pistol. So the build is kind of flexible, super flexible, and there's so many variations of it I've tried already. The main thing is golems for survivability, 1, 2, 3 depending on how much you need. I am using it, I am using Salvatore Anchor. If you didn't see my passives, I'm gonna show you again. I am definitely using Salvatore Anchor. Without that, I'm not gonna have much resistance. You can look at that. I've got 1146 resistances on my chest piece. It's gonna be a waste of resistances if I don't use Salvatore Anchor with such a chest piece. So far, on every single build I make, I'm using this. It's one of my favorite skills in the game from the passives. Salvatore Anchor and elevated gains. So I'm using Child of Fury, I'm using Salvatore Anchor. So you can see the damage is not that great when it's a single target, because you're not building up Immortal Offering and you're not getting explosions to trigger unless the boss is spawning ads. So you can see the passive. Salvatore Anchor is here. So we're going for that resistance score, taking the efficiency on the way. I wish this efficiency was here, maybe I could sacrifice the 15 one, but this one is there. Of course there's many ways to make this more flexible. I even experimented with using this one. Enemies are dealt 30% damage per the amount of pierce remaining on a projectile after it hits an enemy, and then there's another 10%. The way I read this is that's 40% damage per 1 pierce remaining, and my projectiles right now, this one has pierce strength 3 targets pierce strength. That means I should be getting 80% extra damage on the first target that gets hit. On the second I should be getting 40% more, and on the third I should be getting 0% extra damage. But I think it's broken because I tried it earlier and I didn't notice any increase in the damage. I was trying this with Strings of Crearion and with what's its name, with Havocorp. So maybe that one is broken. And I was having this pierce. I took this pierce like 1, 2, 3, 4. So I took this route to get this. Yeah, I would notice that 80%. I mean, the damage is additive. The damage is additive, so it's stacking up all the different damage bonuses. So let's say I'm stacking this extra 50% extra damage bonus, then I'm stacking this 100% damage bonus, and then I'm stacking any other damage bonuses like this 10%, and then there's some more somewhere out there. Kind of forget where the damage was, but there was some damage. Some flat damage in some places. So this one 8 projectiles damage, and so all the damage is additive. So this 80 might seem like a good number, but eventually the more percent damage you get, the less returns you see. And you know we have Immortal Offering. Immortal Offering is 7 times 25 damage. Most of the times with my current items I don't have enough whitening damage. So most of the times I'm getting 6 times 25. So you can see 80, if you start combining the damages, it's just a small number compared to the total. So let's say I have 6 times 25. That's 150. Then I add another 50. Then I add another 8, 20, then I add another 32. So plus 32. So 232 so far. And then what else can we add? Then we add this 100%. $332, and then there was what more damage somewhere out there. So another 10% here. So 342 so far just from the damage numbers. Just from the flat damage. Oh, okay, there's this attack damage, so that's another 16%. So 358. On the character sheet, the damage number is a combination of, for example, you have weapon damage. Weapon damage is combination of the bonus damages on the weapon and the sockets. This adds to the total damage on the weapon. But this damage gets boosted by weapon damage bonuses. And it gets added here. And it gets boosted by material damage, toxic damage, rent, etc. All those bonuses boost those stats. So if I have toxic damage bonuses and material damage bonuses, they would boost my toxic. And the same applies to any other damage type I've got. So you've got things like frost whitening from my ring here that are added here. Then I've got frost more here. And then I've got a little bit of physical more, and then I've got material damage. So all this gets boosted, and then it adds the total weapon damage, and that total weapon damage gets multiplied by some formula regarding each skill. So this skill gives me weapon damage plus 45%. So this is taking this weapon damage here and giving me 45% on it for the damage of the skill. And this is the same 45%, and then this gives you attack damage increase. So this increases the total damage of the attack, I think, or maybe the base damage. I'm not sure whether this increases the base by 2.3% before all the other things are added, or whether it increases the average. But see, all those things kind of combine together to create the total damage you get. And then of course there's crits. So 80% might seem like a high number, but in the end it's not gonna be that much more. And still it should be a substantial number, because even if I calculate it now close to 400, that's still gonna be 1/5 of the damage more with that 80% there. Roughly, it's probably gonna be 1/6 or so, because I probably missed some things, but yeah. Okay, then
Tell your friends.
let's do this.
Stand in the palace district.
So it's kind of not that difficult to understand it once you see how it works. Once you see the synergies, and once you see what increases what. Actually, that's a very good ring, 25% crit damage base. I don't really need it right now, but I might replace one of my other bases for crafting
Your patronage
with this
is
one.
appreciated.
Because this one's 27, this one's 26, 29. If anyone needs steel rings, hit me up, I've got many. See, this one is a great base to craft. Great base to craft with those two flats with the material damage percent. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. And I'm gonna put this in instead, because this is only 19% on the base.
A new weapon, perhaps? What do you wish my contacts to find for you this time, my friend?
I've never tried a dodge build, because I don't have the gear to get that much dodge.
Now this one will be difficult. They
I'm not
say
sure how much
certain
dodge I can get when maxing out a dodge
What can I
build.
do for you today? Perhaps something from
I'm wondering if I can get close to like 70-75% dodge chance. Dodge build, you've got a lot of good stuff for dodging. You have this one. Then you've got, where was it? Here some dodge chance. And you can go for invisibility as well, to stack invisibility and get some extra damage. And there was some dodging here on this side somewhere. So there's Dodge chance 15, dodge chance 12. Where was the other? I wish there was a search option where I could type something, like click here, type something, and it would highlight the same way. There's dodge chance here, dodge chance here, dodge chance, and damage. I could try a dodge chance build soon. Maybe I can try one soon. The thing is, you need super high dodge chance score to get the most out of it, and I don't think even with maxing out all the dodge you can get, you're gonna get enough. There's some more dodge chance here, more dodge chance here. What about this side? Dodge chance 12, dodge chance 12%. So right now, let me check my dodge chance score. I've got 0% because my dodge chance score is on the minus. I don't think there's a single item that gives me dodge chance score on my setup. I just have been avoiding that with my gear. And that's why I'm at 0. I've also got passives like this one that reduce my dodge chance score, and this one that reduce the dodge chance score. But yeah, I'm gonna try some time making something with this one, Wolcen smoke, and having high dodge chance, and maybe using some sort of other thing like what else could work well? I've tested the builds with this, by the way. It's not so bad, but still not worth it. But yeah, if I'm going for dodge chance, I might as well grab all the other stuff around it. Alright, let's just do a map. Dodge chance is gonna be an experiment for another time. I'm gonna have to make a ton of dodge chance gear. I could try and make it on my offline character. If I know how to get specific things done with the offline mode. I've heard with the offline mode you could give yourself the items you need to test builds, but I don't know how. I'm really bad when it comes to editing the JSON files. I couldn't even manage to increase my character level. I tried editing the offline character just to do some sandbox testing in there, but I couldn't. I'm not sure, maybe I was editing the wrong character. I think that's what I ended up doing. I ended up editing my beta character rather than the correct save back when I was testing that. Because I still kept my beta saves after uninstalling the beta. And the beta saves were kept in the game folder, whereas the new saves are kept somewhere in my documents or whatever, my games. And that's, I guess, what happened. My build video in the description and in the comments should have some links to wolcen.dev. On wolcen.dev I normally try to include the skills and passives. So you have the passive God skill tree, you have the skills, you have the active modifiers. So there should be a link. And there's actually multiple links. If you go to the description of each of my video, I'm normally including a level 90 setup, a lower level setup with less points required, and some alternative versions every time. Sometimes I include the actives and passives. On my older builds I probably didn't include the actives and passives, but on this one, the Golemancer, I did include every single active and the modifiers that I think are necessary. Some modifier points I didn't spend because I left them like open for people to decide where to spend them. But yeah, there's usually a short intro under each of my videos, and after that short intro regarding what the build is like, there's links to some different websites. Normally nowadays I use Wolcen.dev because I like it the most. I think on one of my first videos or two of my first videos I was using another website like that because I didn't know about Wolcen.dev.
That's not happening.
But this build I made 1 or 2 days after the Golemancer video, because there was a patch 1 or 2 days after the Golemancer video was uploaded, which fixed this node, Blessed Silver, because Blessed Silver was broken, and that's why on the Golemancer video I never even considered using it. Then I read that it got fixed and I tested it and I liked it. I also have been testing playing with less golems, and I really liked that I can still survive 163 maps with just one golem and get more damage. I mean, you can take a screenshot of my passives if you want to. You can take a screenshot of my current passives. Just let me know to open this tree, and you can take a screenshot. And as long as you know that this is Dire Juncture and this is Pious Striker and this is Immortal Offering, you can easily tell which one's what. Key things to remember is this one is definitely Kabbalist, this one is definitely Time Weaver, and this one is definitely EOS. The rest is easy to confirm from the stuff, and this one is the crit damage assassin. This is the modifiers I use on Havoc Corp, the modifiers I use on the Golem, the modifiers I use on what's it called, Anomaly, and this is what I use right now. I'm using Fire Plague Burst because I'm using my dagger with Toxic and Bleeding. When I'm not using Sovereign Shout and I'm using this weapon, I'm converting this to Toxic, because I can already do fire with my attacks. So I'm basically trying to use the elements that I can't do with my skills, and to convert my skills based on the elements I don't have in my weapons and rings. So you might have to check what ailments are you causing on the enemies. You might want to look at the Immortal Offering buffs to see what you're missing, and just keep configuring things to kind of give you those things. Keep tweaking. This is flexible. This can be fire. This can be toxic. You can also even use things like Sourfall. Sourfall can be fire. It can also be sacred. So that can help you with this. I would strongly suggest keeping Anomaly Aether instead of Whitening, because you need the enemies to be afflicted with stasis. Because if the enemies are not afflicted with stasis, this double damage here would not trigger often if you can't afflict stasis easily. I mean, I can afflict stasis with Aether Jump, but I don't want to rely on that one for the stasis. And I don't want to have to remove points to make 3 points. I like the way it is right now. but it's flexible. As I said, this build is super flexible and it can be played with any skill or attack. You can even play this with bleeding catch, but for bleeding catch you would be using a different setup. For bleeding catch you would be using you're really going all the way for those 2 stacks, 2 times 5 stacks, and you would be taking those 5 stacks to get 30 stacks. And then you probably might wanna maybe go into this one here, and you might also probably want for bleeding catch to get a little bit of extra rage cost reduction. If you don't get the rage cost reduction for bleeding catch, you definitely need this one, rage generation on kill, for things that are hungry for rage. I can currently manage my rage with rage potions. Sometimes I might go for a double rage. Now for more mobility I'm using a willpower potion, and I've got the shout, and I can use spells, and I've got willpower dump. Like for willpower dump options, Arctic Spear is great if you want to replace something and just keep dumping willpower. Arctic Spear probably is the fastest way to get rid of willpower, but there's a condition how to make it good for dumping willpower. You want to be using I think this one, and you don't want the cooldown. So this is the only condition. So I'm gonna show you quickly. So you can see how quickly I'm wasting my willpower. And this willpower instantly gets transferred into rage. Another thing that wastes willpower could be consuming embers, but it's not as good, I think. And there's another one, Tear of Ethelio, but it has cooldown and it can dump willpower. You can see my willpower is kind of close to the max. Boom. But with the cooldown it's not as good as the spear. No, I'm not gonna make Arctic Spear build because it's weak. Until they fix the skill to be stronger, I'm not gonna. I tested Arctic Spear today after the patch yesterday, and the damage is just so bad. It's painful to watch myself playing that skill. I'd rather get tortured in a dungeon somewhere instead of playing Arctic Spear or some of the other skills that are weak in the game right now. So all those skills that they apparently buffed, it was a joke. I think it was an early April's Fool's joke, because the damage buff that they gave those skills, you can barely notice any difference. So yeah, they need to do better when it comes to rebalancing the skills. Later jump is such a good skill, such a nice skill for mobility. But yeah, you're seeing I'm taking it chill. I'm just having a chat, telling you guys about certain things. I'm not trying to push the maps super quickly. I'm not trying to kill stuff quickly and kill everything.
Can't manage that right now.
Side
I
guys.
have been waiting for you.
Umali's lucky belt. And thank you Assassin UK for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay here. It is appreciated. Alright, let's see. I really like ice builds myself. I used to play ice mages a lot back in the day I used to
Oh,
love
just
playing
in
ice
time.
mages,
Now
and
do what you must.
then I started liking whitening mages, and that's where the name Struck comes from me naming a whitening mage character like that. I think it was in Elder Scrolls Online where I first used this nickname, like a year and a few months ago is where Struck first originated as a nickname for me. Umali's Waki Belt, I really don't need it. I think I've got another one with 49. Even if I need it, I don't
We
have
shared
enough gold
what had
anyways.
to be shared.
But yeah, I can't wait for them to buff up the weak skills. I really wanna be playing an elementalist, a proper elementalist build
I can't do that right now.
with ice, fire, and shock. But right now it just doesn't seem fun. Well, yeah, I never got that heavy into WoW. I was playing Guild Wars 1, then I moved on to Lineage 2, then I moved on to Aeon, then I moved on to Terra. I don't know, there was always something I didn't like about WoW. I even played private servers where you could level up quickly just to see if I'm gonna like the end game. And I don't know, maybe something about it felt wrong, and it still feels wrong. I tried watching streamers playing World of Warcraft Classic, and it just I don't know, kind of feels something's wrong with the game there to me, compared to all the other MMOs I've played. Believe me, I've played all the big MMOs. If they were not buy to play, I probably have played it. If it was a free to play MMO, if it had a closed beta, open beta that I could do for free, I probably have tested it. But the main reason I didn't play much WoW was probably because of the subscription, but there's private servers, so I could always test it on a private server. I'm actually surprised how there's so many people playing the game. It's that game that I can't realize why there's so many people liking it. It has so many things that I just can't stand in a game, in an MMO.
Not happy.
Probably the reason why the MMO market is in such a state right now, because everyone started trying to emulate the success of WoW. There were so many WoW clones from China, Korea. China and Korea were just spewing WoW clone games for a long time. But Blizzard, I gotta give them credit, they're the best at making cinematics, they're the best at making story. I think only the Guild Wars 1 story has been more gripping than that for me. I've watched some cinematics online, World of Warcraft cinematics, just for the story, just so I could know what's happening. And ever since Warcraft 3, when I played it on PC, and since Diablo 2, I've been such a big fan of Blizzard's cinematic department. They know how to make cinematic cutscenes and just keep that story going. They've got some good teams working on that.
The quality on this one is unmatched.
Right, another one for upgrade.
Dark market. Never heard of it. Sorry, my friend. What was it you needed?
Warcraft 3, by the way, my brother was making a map in Warcraft 3. And I helped him with some stuff about this map back then. This is the name of the map. You could look by, it's uploaded by Newman. That was his nickname in the place where we were uploading. So Keyword Arena by Newman. It was his creation, and I was helping him with the gambling stuff and with the enchanting stuff. I was giving him some ideas about that. But basically there was a Serbian guy that was uploading the World of Warcraft models of the units, of the creatures and of the weapons for everyone to use in their maps in Warcraft 3. So we contacted him and asked him, I think he asked him whether he can use those assets, and he gave the permission, and then we were using those assets, and we made that so you can upgrade your weapon, I think from +1 to +9, and for each upgrade rank you're getting different glow. No, not Dota, not Dota. It was an arena. It was kind of like a Dota, but it was without creatures spawning. It was more of a fight. So you had boss fights, and the bosses were dropping items, and you had gambling. You could gamble in the town. So you had bases in the town that you could gamble, and there were specific places where bosses would spawn, and those bosses had chances to drop some special items. But you could look it up, and it was kind of like a Dota, but it was more of an arena. You didn't have towers and bases to defend. It was either PvP or kill enemies and wood better gear. So it was interesting because you had enchanting. You had item enchanting that, and we made it so that when you enchant an item, the glow of the weapon changes. So you could tell by the color of the glow on a weapon what enchantment level the other guy has. And yeah, it was fun. It was fun making that one. And the editor on Warcraft 3, the editor was pretty nice. It was easy. I was a teenager back then. I was very young back then, and it was easy even for me to understand the jazz and to do some things in that editor.
Oh, it's you. I was just resting my eyes. So, what
Yeah,
would it be?
maps like that were amazing. I think probably this map, making this map probably made my brother get addicted to making stuff, and he's now a programmer. He's coding stuff. So probably that made him addicted to wanna make his own games and stuff like that. I mean, I like doing it as well. I like creating stuff like that, and if I was good at coding, I probably wouldn't have minded working on like that. But I'm like the person that could give ideas about features and gameplay and things like that. See, I can give ideas about features, about quality of life changes, about the gameplay as a general. I'm not the coder guy. But yeah, you might wanna look into that map. If someone has Warcraft 3 and was interested what we made. There's another one we made, but I forgot the name of the other one. So we made two. But I helped on the second one more than on the first one. But I still didn't help that much. I was just probably giving ideas about some things, how they should be. I remember helping with some things about the gambling and about the enchanting.
I need more power.
Everything is shut down in the US. Yeah, I could imagine, man. It's not just the US, it's everywhere. Companies like Takeaway and other ones, like companies that do deliveries for restaurants, that are like the middlemen, are now branching out to start buying food, groceries and things like that. So you have Takeaway and Food Panda in my country, and those are now branching out to start delivering groceries and delivering cosmetics and all of that stuff with their drivers that are making deliveries in my country. And even Domino's and other restaurants that deliver have stopped their restaurant orders, people being able to go into the restaurants and eat there. They're moving only onto contactless deliveries, where there's no contact between the delivery guy or gal and the customer. So delivery stuff is now picking up a momentum. People are gonna learn to be more lazy because the times kind of force them to be using those things. But I feel bad for the old people who don't know how to use that, who don't know how to order online groceries and all that stuff. thankfully in my country the outbreak is not that bad, but there is still huge queues. Like when you go to the bank, you have to wait outside in a big line. Then when you go to the grocery store, they're not letting many people at once. And yeah.
Not right now.
Which game do you mean? Which game? Which game do you mean? What game do you mean to make? You have ideas. I have ideas as well. But when my brother starts making his second game, I can probably help him with some ideas. I think he wants the second one to be a RPG. And I wouldn't mind helping make an RPG game. Even if it's a mobile game, I wouldn't mind making it, because when people who don't like in-game purchases and advertisement in mobile games and stuff like that, when people like that start making a game together and make it good, and don't have those bullshit things that are plaguing the market of mobile games, and make something nice that can be good for Windows, for Apple, for every platform. I wouldn't mind making a cross-platform, multi-platform game, but I can only help with ideas and with testing stuff, and yeah, I'm not the guy with the coding, and I'm not the guy with the art as well. I can draw well, but everyone's got ideas. I personally really want to recreate the map that my brother made. The map that my brother made in Warcraft 3, I want to recreate it and make it as a MOBA game on Unreal or on Unity. I want to make it just a battle arena where you kind of do 30-minute rounds or 40-minute games or even 20-minute matches, and where you have like a big boss in the middle, and once a team enters the boss arena, other teams cannot enter to kill steal, but they can wait outside to try and gank them. And when you maybe kill the big boss, you get some points, and it might be, but you won't be able to rush to the big boss because you would need some items. And maybe in each corner of the map there would be some items that you need to get to be able to kill the boss, to maybe to be able to open the boss. So let's say there's some keys. I mean, I had a sketch. I had in one of my notebooks like a year ago, I drew a sketch of what I want the map to look like, where I want the desert to be, where I want the ice zone to be, where I want to have some swamps, bridges, etc. I haven't started making the map in Unreal Engine 4, and I made the mountains, the first mountain where I want the first base to be. I made the river around that mountain, and yeah, it's kind of, I was just experimenting, playing with Unreal Engine 4, because it's free and it doesn't cost me anything to get the engine and to start working with it and just to start experimenting. But yeah, as I said, I'm not the best person to be working with that. I'm kind of better at giving the ideas rather than... And I'm in Bulgaria, dude. I'm in Bulgaria. So I do have an idea how to make this MOBA, and it may not be super successful, but it could be probably very fun for some people who miss the good old days of MOBAs. And it could be cross-platform, or it could be just for PC. But I do have that idea with 3 teams, not 2 teams, but 3 teams, and each team spawning on like a big mountain. And so the base is basically somewhere in the sky. It could not actually be on a mountain, it could be something like a floating platform, and then from there you're teleporting to the ground. And you have bases, and you can teleport to the base when you want. But the good stuff is kind of on the sides of each base. So let's say the 3 bases are like a Y sign. like triangle. You can make triangle by by drawing lines between each of the bases, each of the spawn points. And in the middle of each of those lines, there's like some sort of stuff going on, something like some mini boss you could fight, or some place where you could get items, something like that. I mean, I had the map of all the things and where I want those to be, and it was pretty fun, but as I said, if I try to make this by myself, it's gonna take me years. Even if I don't use a single amount of coding and try to make it with just the blueprints in Unreal, and try to use ready assets that are free on the market, even if I do that, it's gonna take a lot of time for a single person to do it. Just making a river flowing from a mountain and going down the mountain, just that took me a lot of time to make, and even then it looked kind of wonky because I had to connect different meshes, different square meshes. And connecting the different meshes of water kind of felt wrong. And I guess there's tools that you can buy to make a river for you, to make it seem more realistic and so on. But I think the Unreal Engine is perfect for a map like that, where you're loading a single map and you don't have loading screens and stuff like that. But when you have a game with a lot of loading screens, when you're traveling through one zone to another, I think the Unreal Engine kind of is better off replaced by Unity for things like that, probably. I'm not really sure regarding the difference in this regard, but I've noticed that games where you're loading one big map, like shooters, VR games, etc., run pretty nice on the Unreal Engine. But I've noticed for Torchlight 3, where you constantly have to load new zones, it's kind of slow sometimes. It kind of takes a while in between the loading screens, even when installed on an SSD. But it's fun. I mean, it's fun that we're talking about this stuff right now. I never expected to talk with my viewers about that one, but I guess the conversation went from one thing to another. But yeah, this game that I've got in mind, it won't be that difficult to make it, and I mean a big company probably would just need like a year to make it. Not a big company, but let's say a studio of 30-40 people probably can make it in a year, because it's just a single map and then they can just keep adding different maps, different arenas with different encounters and stuff like that. But not many people would play it nowadays. See, back in the Warcraft 3, Dota arenas, MOBA arenas, back then people really liked playing this, because there weren't many other things like that. But nowadays people don't want this kind of fast combat that's just for a few minutes and so on. I've noticed like shooter arenas like Quake, Unreal Tournament, etc. People don't really like playing those that much nowadays. But back in the day, playing Quake 2, Quake 3 Arena, Unreal Tournament series, etc., that was so nice. People loved having that fast-paced stuff. Now people like Overwatch Paladins and things like that. Yeah, everyone loves Call of Duty. They prefer Battlefield, Call of Duty. They prefer this stuff.
I'm sure you'll find something that takes your fancy.
But they prefer stuff that you don't have to do that much development on your character. Because such a MOBA would require you to spend a few minutes to go ahead and kill a boss, maybe get some sort of a rune or symbol that you need to summon the big boss in the middle, and the way I see it is it could be fun to have different modes. Like Warhammer Online had a similar side project. I'm gonna tell you the name. It had a similar side project, which probably, if it came out now instead of back when it came, it's called Warhammer Wrath of Heroes. If you look at Wrath of Heroes, it had different deathmatch modes, team deathmatch, capture the flag, etc. Things like that. So it was pretty nice back then when it came, but not many people liked it. Not many people liked it. But yeah, for example, having to fight some little mini bosses so you can get some objects like keys. For example, there's 3 mini bosses and you have to kill 2 and collect their drops to be able to summon the big boss. And then getting the big boss gives you like a big amount of points. Maybe having different ways of winning the game, either by points or by scoring more kills, because it's a 3-way deathmatch as well. Something like that would be super nice in teams of 4 or 5 people per team, something like that. I mean, I can go on all day about how I want this to be and different game modes I can make for this, but people wouldn't really play it. I can see this being played by at most few thousand people, 4, 5, 6,000 people at most worldwide. Blizzard stole their ideas? Well, I mean, Blizzard is based, I mean, Warcraft is kind of based on Tolkien, if I know. Alright, not in Tolkien, but in a way it's inspired by the Tolkien universe, isn't it? Like orcs, elves, humans. Do you mean that, those types of ideas? Or do you mean that Warhammer wanted to make an online game, but Blizzard made World of Warcraft before them, and Warhammer wanted to make a strategy, but Blizzard made Warcraft before them? Is that what you mean? Well, you snooze, you lose. The first one to make it is the first one to make it. That's kind of how it is. You make the game first, you make it first in the industry. It's always gonna be like that. If you're the first one to introduce something that no one's made, well, you're gonna be the one that the other games are gonna be called XXX XYZ clone. So yeah, people like Blizzard made World of Warcraft, even though it's not the first MMO, it's far from it. All games that were similar to World of Warcraft, they were calling WoW clones. It's how it is. Games are always called Diablo clones. Or Path of Exile clones in this industry now. So in the ARPG, people are always comparing games to Diablo and Path of Exile, because that's the 2 big games, the 2 big names in the industry. Even Grim Dawn is not as big as Path of Exile or Diablo in regards to community, but Grim Dawn has a strong loyal community that always has been there, and it's pretty consistent. But I've never heard someone saying a Grim Dawn clone, but I've heard people saying that's a Diablo clone, that's a Path of Exile clone, etc. I've been hearing people saying that. Alright, my headset keeps shutting off, no idea why. I'm gonna stop charging it, maybe that's why. Let me check how much my battery is on my headset. %100%, really? Is that why it shut off earlier? Might need to have to upgrade my headset's software.
It can't be done.
But yeah, you can't say someone stole our idea, they're using orcs, elves, etc. Orcs and elves have existed for a long time in fantasy books.
No.
And Yabu was the first non-turn-based hack and slash, as far as I remember. One where you do stuff in real time, fighting enemies in real time. It was such a huge advancement of the gaming industry in this genre back then. I remember my father getting excited about Diablo 1 and telling me here's gonna be that game that's coming out, and showing me Diablo 1 back then. And I was very little, I was probably 8 years old or something like that. I was like freshly in first or second or third grade. I can't remember exactly when it was. Was it 1999? Was it 98 when Diablo 1 came? In any case, I was young then.
Not possible.
Orcs and elves are real. Some people, yeah, some people use that term orcs as an offensive term to drunk people in my country, or to crowds at a rave party. So yeah, I've heard people calling the masses at the rave party orcs. But yeah, whatever floats their boats.
Not happening.
And I think orcs is actually referring to the junkies, not to the regular rave ghosts, but to the ones that are on drugs. I think that's what orcs was referring to when it's about the rave stuff.
Not right now.
Haven't heard anyone calling a specific group of people elves though. In real life. If you've got some examples, feel free to share them. If elves were real, then who would be the real life elves? Okay, it's already past midnight. 2 minutes past midnight. Maybe 1 or 2 more maps.
It's
I
not
mean, you can see I'm just chilling, running those maps very slow paced.
Pretend. The city has been growing. Mojave has a sense for such things.
Alright, nothing good comes out of this.
My contacts are waiting
To your
for your
reagent
word.
Greetings,
and
my There are caravans
need
that
more
will buy.
affinity,
If they
need
work,
more
then I'll
affinity.
prepare a security detail.
Give me that affinity.
No.
Oh, it's you. I was just resting my eyes. So, what'll it be?
Oh, reagent. Hippies are the elves? Okay. But what is a modern day hippie? I mean, hippies in the 70s, you know what they were. But what would you call a modern day hippie? Would you call stoners,
Excellent.
like weed smokers, modern day hippies? Or what?
I'll be here when you need me, friend.
Who would be the modern day hippie? Because what people who go to trans
Your patronage is
Goa
appreciated.
etc. fests and things like that, or I don't know. I'm not sure who you might be referring to hippies in nowadays. It sounds weird. Nowadays calling someone a hippie seems kind of like a weird thing. Because it's not the 70s or 60s or whenever the hippies were a thing.
Let me guess. You're on a contract.
Stoners would work. Okay, so stoners, a generalized term. Yeah, I would accept that as kind of modern day hippies. Because hippies are the stoners of before, although they were kind of yeah taking other stuff like not just weed, but okay, let's just say stoners. Yeah, that could work, I guess. But that's not too far from the orcs. It's just a different kind of stuff that people are taking, I guess. It's weird how it ended up connecting orcs and elves to drugs though. Kind of weird connection there. But we're all joking now, so hope no one gets offended by what we're saying here. Trying to figure out who the real life orcs and elves are.
I can't do that.
You could also call grunts and orcs the fitness guys. They could also be orcs. Because they're the bulky big guys.
That's not helpful.
That could also be a way of calling things like that. And then you can call those models and stuff like that, you can call those elves. Because they're the slender, tender kind of stuff. Like, let's say, not all models, but let's say the high-end models, etc. The ones that are like... they don't even have to be models, just the ones that are like actors, actresses, etc. Well, I was going to fitness, not in my WASD job, but in my job before the WASD. We had a fitness we had a gym in the building, and I was going to gym every week, 3 times a day, 3 times a week, for 2-3 hours, including the sauna and stuff after the gym. And I was not a big guy. I mean, the most I've gotten was 75 kilos. I'm not sure how much in pounds that is, but I'm 6'1", 187. And the most I got back then in regards to weight with my super fast metabolism, and I was actually eating a ton back then compared to now. The most I got was 75 kilos. But then when I switched jobs, I kind of stopped going to that gym, even though it was kind of close where my other job was, so it was different building. But I was spending at least an hour and a half of training, and then at least half an hour of sauna 3 times a week. It was good times though. I really enjoyed that training back then. And I wasn't doing it to become a big guy. I was just doing it to keep myself active and to get strength, not to get big, but to actually get strength.
I'll manage that.
But yeah, you don't have to be a big guy to be going to a gym, but as I said, there's always those huge guys in gyms. There's gonna be always at least one or two guys or three guys when I'm training that are the big guys. Some of them would be trainers, some of them would be just the regulars. And as I said, if we have to figure out who the real life orcs would be, those seem like to fit the bill in regards to build, in regards to how they're built, like big bulky guys. Like for example, you don't have to be a fitness guy to be big and bulky. There's bouncers that you can tell are big and bulky just because like of their genetics and stuff like that. When I was in my early school days, is it called elementary? Like between 1st and 7th grade, there was this guy that was huge. He was like taller, like a head taller than everyone. And we were both in the basketball team in my elementary school. But him and his brother was 4 years older, and he was in the same grade as my brother, in the same school before. And him and his brother had that huge tall guy genetics. They actually were pretty squishy, not squishy, but they kept breaking their hands, their legs. Like every few months, one of them would break a hand or a leg and have to go with casts or whatever, which was weird. I'm not sure what type of bones they had, but those guys were huge, man, and they weren't big in regards to width, but to height. They were pretty tall, but they weren't wide guys. Another kind of example. But we're talking about such weird stuff today. And I'm just killing some enemies here. Casually, I'm not even thinking about the killing of the enemies. I'm kind of doing it on autopilot right now. It's like my hands are controlling the game while I'm just thinking and talking about the other stuff. Right, I'm gonna position myself here. Yeah, I'm just having fun, chilling here, killing some I'm not sure what they're called, sphere and some other stuff. Some forest creatures. Alright, that's where the boss is. Let's get rid of some of those creatures here. I need a few more kills. Alright, well, that wasn't enough to get the boss to spawn. This should be enough though. Oh, can I pull this enemy to the boss? Can it follow me? What is it? Is it a sphere? Oh, it's a sphere. It's gonna take a while to pull a sphere to the boss. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna try to pull this one and the boss together. They're coming. They're gonna cluster up on me here maybe. Alright, two sphere together. Oh no, the other one escaped. Fuck, don't escape. Sphere, attack me. Oh, it reset. Did you see what happened? It attacked me and I think it kind of got teleported or whatever. Alright, that worked okay. Kind of took a while to get them
I can't
together,
do that
but
right now.
double the sphere.
My lady, there have been some developments in your absence. Perhaps you should take a look.
I have to pick one? Oh no, I don't have to. Oh, and a boss fight, perfect.
Come in. There's no need to be shy.
And now I can
We
upgrade
go
quality
way
of an
back,
item.
no?
Which item do I want to upgrade the quality of though? Probably this one. Actually, let's do this one because it's 4 stars already.
Got everything you need? Excellent. Come back soon.
What have we here?
What are you looking for? A new weapon, perhaps?
Oh Mojave, we are always looking for a new weapon.
Never heard of it.
He knows us well.
Hey there. Got some stuff that's not really serving.
Oh, it's you, my lady. There are plenty
Okay,
of
I can
missions
do
to get,
this, I
just
can do
give
this
the
though.
order.
And
Hey there. I was
shields,
just telling
rogue
this young
armor,
man
let's do
a
shields
tale
and
from the
gold.
glory days. Perhaps you'd like to hear it. Contract. Give me a second.
Let's do this boss. As long as it's
I
not the
need more
healer.
power.
Oh, it's not the healer, perfect. If it was the healer boss and it kept summoning ats that heal, I would have switched to bleeding edge probably. Thankfully it's not the Aurora Knight. Unstoppable, so no breaking of the shield. Alright, got this one killed.
Good to have you. There have been some
Well,
developments.
that's not really great. This one on the other hand, 541. I don't think I've ever seen one that high. And this is with 3 stars. With 3 stars it's 541 resist.
Please, look
If only it
around.
was
I'm
easier and
sure you'll
faster
find
to upgrade
something
items.
that
Wait,
takes
that was
your fancy.
95% HP. This one is... But yeah, agility really wasting this item.
Got everything you need? Excellent. Come back soon.
345 on a blue item. That's a nice amount of all resistance SWAT, 216. I mean, on this one, if you add another 99% all resistance, that's gonna be close to 700 all resistance score. But yeah, upgrading this to yellow and then upgrading it to orange,
Your patronage is
too many things need to
appreciated.
happen to get this to be a good item. Okay, this one's already 5 stars. I don't think I've got the affinity to upgrade
Come
something
in. There's no need to be shy.
to a legendary item.
Greetings, my lady. There are caravans standing by. Give the word, and I'll prepare a security.
What will it be this time? The installator, is it? I can begin calibrating it when...
Oh, yes. Sometimes it's best.
Not enough gold for that.
There are a number of missions being considered. Take a look when you're ready.
What are you? What? Oh, sorry, my lady.
Oh,
Well,
it's you, my lady.
Do I get bows or do I
Oh,
get
seeker expeditions.
warrior armor?
I thought you were here for that other thing I do.
Okay, that's probably gonna be the last map because it's 21 past midnight.
What do you want?
So let's just do this thing. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna do some Warhammer Chaos Bane because again I have some stuff I wanna test there again.
It's not
And someone wanted to play together, so I might as well group up with them tomorrow. So if anyone also wanted help with Warhammer Chaos Bane, tomorrow would be the day to team up with me. Chaos Bane may not be online only, and it may not have as much stuff to do as Path of Exile, as Diablo, or as Wolcen, but at least it's still fun for me to play it, and I'm really happy making builds for Chaos Bane, because every update there's gonna be something new to figure out, and try and find that update with this new skill, with this new class, with this new passive, etc. I'm just hoping that they would rebalance more of the weak skills, and I want to test some of the skills that used to be weak to see if they became stronger in Chaos Bane. Like Laceration on the Dwarf Slayer used to be kind of weaker, but now with Health Drain it could be strong, because it used to drain your HP when using the skill, but if you have Health Drain you can probably negate this. You take the ring for whatever I've got for a ranger. What do you mean? What ring? What ring for a ranger? Not sure what ring you are referring to.
not right.
If you tell me what ring and what other stuff for ranger, it's probably still gonna be in the buyback. If I sold it, it's probably gonna be in the buyback.
Not possible.
I've got some rings. I've got some rings in my storage, by the way. Some steel rings that I won't mind giving away to people. But yeah, after this map I'm gonna be stopping the stream, but I can still give you an item before exiting the game. I can still invite you
Not right.
and give you some stuff. But yeah, I'm enjoying playing this build or what.
Not
Look at how they try to get away from the anomaly and it just keeps pulling them back in. It's amazing.
That's not happening.
I'm wondering if I should remove the damage numbers. Oh, I have to restart to apply the changes. Okay. Oh, actually no, I don't have to restart to apply the changes. Because I'm just seeing numbers on the screen and I do know my numbers already. You can just play without the numbers for a while. I mean, I need those numbers when I'm testing stuff.
Can't manage that right now.
But when there's so many enemies taking damage at the same time, all I'm seeing in the screen is kind of numbers. The material ring I found earlier. Okay, I'm gonna look into that one. See where it is. You prefer dodge chance ones. How much is your dodge chance?
I need more power.
So did I come from there or from the other way?
It can't be done.
Not high, okay. Yeah, sometimes more damage would help a lot, and having steel rings might be better than dodge, unless you're stacking a lot of dodge chance score. I think the dodge rings would be fine if you manage to make a super high dodge chance build. But for a super high dodge chance build you would need at least level 76, 80. So you can have enough passive points to get that dodge chance. You would need some armors with dodge score, and even then I'm not sure whether you can even get more than 50% dodge chance or so. I'm gonna have to test it. Maybe next time I play I will respec and see how much I can get without dodge score in gear. And then I can try and find some gear with dodge score just to see kind of how much I can get with it. Might just take some yellow items and just re-roll them until I get dodge score on every single one. Just to see. But then there's gonna be a need for specific items. So you can get dodge score from specific unique items. There's boots, I think, that give you dodge score, and I think there's unique amulet that can give you good dodge score as well.
Take your coin and leave me in peace.
And I think dodge build would probably be using those.
Come in. There's no need to be shy. We go way back, no? You know Mojave is always the best value.
See how many 5-star boots I'm keeping here, ready to be upgraded to legendary, and hopefully something else ends up coming out of the furnace. So of those have 214, 205, 207, whereas my current ones have 145 all resistance score. And that's an item I found on level 124 enemies. So I've been using those for so long. Those were yellow. I made them from yellow 3 stars all the way to legendary 5 stars. So those can be upgrades. I mean, this one would be probably the one I prefer, if only it didn't have the agility. This one would be the second best choice, because at least it doesn't have an annoying agility. This one's also not bad, because this one's the most resistance I can get. Not as much movement speed, but at least it gives me attack speed score and some regular damage that boosts all types of damage. So this plus 26 damage would be boosting this number here, whereas the material damage would be boosting the physical and toxic and rent, and then adding the boost of those to this one. But if your major damages are physical, toxic and rent, you're probably better off using the material damage ones rather than the regular damage ones. But the regular damage ones are boosting everything. Rent, frost, whitening, everything. So they're boosting this thing here. So let me invite you. Who were you? Were you in the game to give you that ring before I go?
Hello there, friend. Please browse my wares.
If you want, let me know who you are. I'm pretty sure I've got you somewhere on my friends list. And Ranger ring, you said. Ring. I'm not sure which
Don't
ring,
forget
but I've
about
got some
me,
rings. I've got some rings.
Yes.
Okay, so Rio Murko is you. You say you want dodge chance. This one is for spells. This one's not bad. But Steel Ring is probably what you might want. This one is gonna be amazing. Even though it doesn't have the second crit chance on it. It's got 2 times flat, it's got crit damage at the top, material damage and element chance score. I mean, this one can be a beast of a ring if you upgrade it and get maybe another flat damage or another crit damage or something else. The same goes for those here. If they get something good. I want to quickly check if I can make this ring better. So this is fire damage, material damage and HP and a flat damage. This is not that great, but it's still not bad. You might want to upgrade this. And see, if it's only 12% of attributes, so it's not 18. But it's nice. Oh, this is dodge chance. You wanted the dodge chance one. This one is kind of a hybrid though. Fire and fire again, but to spells. So it's not great for attack build, but it's nice because it gives you elemental damage on top of the fire. It gives you crit damage So I'm gonna give you that stuff here, those 5 things. I'm gonna go to the main menu, and in the meantime, thanks for watching, folks. I'm gonna stop my stream and I'm gonna give him the stuff after stopping. So thanks for watching. There's gonna be some Chaos Bane tomorrow, as I said. Keep it cool, and goodbye from me for today.